And that's when a train starts going by, of course. Alright. Who remembers this sound? Anyone? Anyone? Just curious. Yeah, look, guys, it's the Void. Wait a minute. Really, Omni? Really? That's the thing you're reminding me of? Is that train still going by? Yeah, it is. Whatever. So, I've heard there's this game, you've probably never heard of it, called FF7. Okay, hang on just a second. We want to go to that, we want to go to that, we want this over here, we want this over here, we want this over here, there we go. And I always change the color. I'm going to go ahead and be gentle on your guys' eyes and not do what I normally do. Man, chat is going by so fast, I'm having trouble keeping up with it. There we go. Like I said, not what I normally do. Whoops, actually, hang on. I need to... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Ah! Oh god, controls. Okay, got my potions. First encounter. Didn't take long, did it? Yeah, I'm just really having trouble. Whoa, shoot. Ah, and I lost my controller. My other controller. Not this one. I'm actually having trouble keeping up with chat. Whoa! Okay, this isn't cool. Hang on. I've got controllers everywhere! That's the PS2 controller trying to destroy my PS3 controller. And yes, I'm playing this on a PS3 for anybody who's curious. So, let's go ahead and make one thing absolutely clear right off the bat here, okay? I like FF7, but it's got a lot of flaws. So, I really want to make this absolutely abundantly clear, okay? If you're one of those people who likes to bash something because it's popular to bash it, or because it's something that's well-liked and therefore you're trying to be hipster by trying to bash something because it's popular, you're in the wrong space. Go away. Now, for the other 99% of you who are here who is awesome, FF7 was specifically designed by the new team to try... It was the people who were taking over, the people who were starting this whole thing, who took the original story written by Sakaguchi and started working with all this stuff, really wanted to go ahead and have a different feel to their Final Fantasy than all the Final Fantasies previous to now. A completely different function in just about every way that they could actually pull it across. Hang on just a second. Cloud is being renamed Junk. Someone in the chat, who I know is there, might remember this rename, because he requested it. I was curious if anyone was going to notice the materia overlay. This is the last FF I actually have an overlay for. It's just over here, I think. Hang on, where is it? Yeah, it's over here. What's funny is I actually bothered to figure out exactly which materia I would have slotted in. So, like I said, they wanted a completely different feel, a completely different idea of everything that's going on and everything that was going on, and just... So that's the reason for this whole extremely high-tech feeling. They'd already experimented with cyberpunk and other kind of tech before. Hang on, Barrett is going to be... I gotta actually look up how to spell this one exactly. I think this one fits, like, exactly. Just a sec. So they really wanted this high-tech feel, which is completely different for anybody who knows, from a low-tech or a mid-tech feel. Hence the city, hence the lights, hence the people walking through. It was intended to be a little bit more everyday, basically. They wanted Midgar to feel like a city that if you woke up one day, you could actually see yourself living in this city, right? That was the feeling they wanted to do. They wanted to pull it, they wanted to have a fantasy within the idea of a real-life setting. In other words, what would happen if magic existed in the real world today? We'll talk about that concept a little more later. Let's go and get one thing out of the way right here. FF7 is a flawed game, without question or hesitation. First of all, the graphics, in my opinion, have aged very poorly. There's a few other flaws, but they're not hugely important. That's pretty much the most important flaw, in a nutshell. The graphics in this game just did not age well, I'm sorry. That being said, they don't bother me that much. Not nearly as much as certain other older our 3D games do. But it is worth noting that it's just kind of... Arshenroth, maybe? One of the things that the game did age in very, very, very well is actually the UI and the combat. FF7 is actually basically using the exact same ATB system that FF6 had, all things considered. It's using a concept where certain actions can still be input while other actions are happening, and just because an animation is happening on, just because an animation is happening on screen does not mean the ATB is paused, which was something that earlier games like FF4 and FF5 had problems with. And yeah, the battle graphics actually don't bother me that much, to continue what Sonic Doctor just said. But these graphics right here, well, these aren't too bad, but you'll see a scene in a moment here where we get really nice up and close with them, where I just kind of go, every time I see this. That being said, don't mistake me for bashing this game. This is a wonderful, amazing, incredible game that I'm not even sure I can praise enough, all things considered. So Bio asks, what the hell is going on? Well, it's really simple. By which I mean, it's incredibly complicated. We'll go ahead and give you some sort of non-spoilery answers to what's happening. Cloud is a mercenary who has been hired by a group of people who are calling themselves Avalanche, or Avalanche if you prefer. Except they're not actually the real Avalanche. Again, it's complicated. And because they have this plan that wasn't actually their own in order to go and bomb this place, because they believe that the Shinra are doing all these horrible things and just stealing from the life energy of the planet just to line their own pockets with gold. And so that's what we're here to do. We're here to bomb a factory in the middle of a city because the people who made this factory are evil. But like I said, everything in this game is a lot more complicated than that. Remember, we have no capacity to cheat. We're playing on a PS3, so there will be certain sections of this game where I'm probably going to go ahead and level. I will call it leveling, not grinding, because I enjoy leveling in this game. Nevertheless, there will be such sections which will be kind of slow. I've got a lot to talk about in this game, so I'm not too worried about it. We're basically not running from anything, because we're just going to need all the XP and all the AP especially. And we also probably will be doing at least some of that leveling off camera, so I'll do my best on that one. EP Legends asks, will I be fighting the Ruby and Emerald weapon? The answer is probably not. Yeah, it's funny how similar that sounds when you really think about it. But that is kind of the point. It's one of those hilarious things that only really... It's only really visible when you look at it in hindsight. This game itself does look at that idea. But the simple fact is, yes, this is literally terrorism. Well, okay, no it isn't. That's actually a total damn lie. But this is sabotage. This is targets on military attacks on civilian installations, kind of a deal. Whoops, forgot to get the potion. Controls are a little bit hard to get used to because you're basically forced into a 4-axis, and it's in some cases getting you to run in the right location is a little bit rougher than it looks. I know some of you who've played this game know exactly what I mean by that. Occasionally you'll be like, and you're trying to go along the thing. FF4DS and FF3DS both have that same problem too. Kay asks, will I be grinding for limit breaks? Yes, without question. And I know exactly where I'm doing it. Mean Panda Bomba, I think your name's changed, has asked, will I be getting Vincent and Yuffie? Why the hell wouldn't I get Vincent and Yuffie? God, man, come on. Seriously. But yeah, Emerald Weapon I probably will not do because you have to have a pretty set up strategy for him and some good gear and some well set up materia to do it without leveling a bunch. I could do that, but Ruby's pretty much completely off the question because I'd almost have to grind basically in order to be set up for Ruby. Why don't I play it on the PC? EP Legends asks. 3 reasons. 1, I find the PC version inferior. 2, because of the fact that the Steam version can suck it. And 3, because those mods make me want to spit. Basically, they're really, really irritating to set up. They're good mods if you actually get them set up, but getting them set up is the problem. Besides, I'd rather play on this controller. Samurai asks, will I be going through this game? The answer is no. I actually plan to quit right now! No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. So here's an interesting point, since everyone's talking about the weapons for some reason. Some people think Ruby is harder, some people think Emerald's harder. I'm one of those people that thinks of Ruby as harder, but I just mentioned this because it's interesting, because the two super optionals are both designed to be very different kinds of difficult. Both properly difficult, but both very different kinds of difficult. And so, which one is actually more difficult from you, personally, is going to vary based on your preference, based on what you're good at, what you're bad at, what you like, that kind of thing. So like I said, I personally call Ruby weapon harder, but I know a lot of people who call Emerald weapon harder. Go. Hey, look, some materia. Swoot! So here's our first little hint that things are slightly more complicated than they think. Pro question: whose voice is that in his head that is saying, "Watch out, this isn't just a reactor"? K, no, I will not be fighting Sapphire Weapon, but I will be dancing on his corpse to make it you feel better. Man, you are awesome, Wrench. Oh, God! I wonder if Agamemnon's with us. Not Zack. Good guess, but not Zack, I'm afraid. Actually, I guess it is kind of Zack. See, the problem is, the answer of Zack is kind of accurate, but at the same time inaccurate. It's more complicated than that. Zack is a good guess. I hate to sound like I'm pulling it technically, but that isn't actually Zack so much as that is, hang on. Well, let's just say it's one of the clouds, and we'll leave it at that for now. After all, there are 3 clouds. So, fun fact about this game, if you ever want to cheat on this game, if you have a cheat that actually enables you to automatically always have your limit breaks fold, limit breaks actually are programmed very uniquely in this game. Limit breaks actually overtake all other actions. For example, let's say I have a turn, and then I get the limit break, and then I use the limit break. Even if someone else already had a queued action before me, my limit break will go off first. And you can actually do... Anybody who's played this game probably knows what I'm talking about with this. You can actually do that on purpose to try and stagger attacks to go properly. But if all of your guys have limit breaks constantly full, you can basically make sure the enemy literally never moves and just limit break, limit break, limit break, limit break. It does get a little bit boring doing that, but yeah. Yes, aside from the... Well, actually, there's 2 reasons why that reactor line is significant. One is the obvious thing, live stream. The other is the fact that, well, let's just say that this reactor, based on some of this ancillary data, was one of the ones that was actually connected with the Genova experiment. Cloud in the wheelchair. Is this guy dead yet? Man, I'm not used to this battle taking this long. So yeah, there's a couple of bad translations in FF7. FF7 probably, and I hate myself for saying this, has the worst English localization of all the FFs. Seriously, it's pretty bad. Oh crap, I didn't mean to... It is very unlikely that I'll be getting KOTOR, Knights of the Round, in this. Just because of the sheer amount of time it takes to go ahead and do so. Oh, we're good. Yay, we won! The guy are sick. Yeah, this game had really, really bad localization. It's such a tragedy. It's actually funny in its own right, too, because Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy that was ever properly marketed in the West, and anywhere other than Japan, basically. I've actually done that mean Panda Bomba, and no, I'm not doing that for a stream because I don't want to be here all week on just this game. And you don't either. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone's comments in the chat. It's going by a little faster than I'm used to. I've kind of got a couple more viewers than I normally do here. You got a hammer. Yeah, I'm actually really having trouble catching up. Okay, Bio asks, is Cloud the son of Tidus? Without spoiling FF10, I can say definitively that Cloud is not the son of Tidus. Sorry. Rohais asks how I would compare 7 to Wolseley's translation, except Wolseley didn't do the GBA translation, so I actually have no idea what you're talking about. Your question is nonsensical, Rohais. Try again. Dean asks if I'm going to get the gold chocobo. I might. Maybe. Chocobo breeding is all about luck, though. And basically, in order to do it properly, I'd have to do a lot of resets. However, resetting is really easy in this game because I can just do this, because I'm playing on the PS3. And just be like, reset! I'm not going to do it right now, obviously, but yeah. Oh my god, you're right, Sonic Doctor, they both have blonde hair! Therefore, Celis is secretly the sister and daughter and mother of Cloud. I knew it. And also Sid. Not Sid, excuse me, Kane. So, just for fun, there's no prizes or anything involved with this, but just for fun, how many I'd like people to go ahead and kind of guess how long they think it'll take me before I get through Midgar. And the cutoff point, you know, if we were to do an exact time, will be when I actually get outside and hit the overworld map the first time. My very first time playing FF7, it took me right around 10 hours to hit the overworld map. Granted, I'm a very slow player when I'm playing by myself, and especially when I'm playing for a game for the first time, I really like to take my time and savor everything. But, yeah. I agree that Final Fantasy Tactics actually kind of had a bad translation as well, about the same time, and done by the same team, no less. But, yeah. The problem with FF7's bad translation is it's really hard to understand what's going on unless you actually bother to put the time and effort into it like I did. And a lot of other people did. So, Kimarusko asks, how many times will I pause to talk? In the Midgar section, probably not a lot. There's several things to talk about, but I think I can talk about most of them while still going. By the way, I know what my personal bet is, but I'm not going to say it out loud. 10 minutes! Alright, let's do it! Let's beat Midgar in 10 minutes! So, one fun fact. I do a lot of research before I do games, especially. And especially for this marathon, I've really looked into a lot of the Final Fantasies. Most notably 5 and 9. But, well, I went to look up some research, and fun factoid, FF7 is the only Final Fantasy on the PlayStation 1 that still does not have a TAS. It was a work in progress for quite a while, several years actually, and to this day people are still trying to figure out the optimal methodology for avoiding encounters in the game. And the main guy who was working on it basically got accepted to a really nice college, so he quit working on it. Now, Sonic Doctor asks, what is wrong with Cloud's biceps? Well, the answer is simple. See, when Cloud was young, he was hit with gamma rays, and now whenever he gets in anger and rage, well, let's just say you wouldn't like him when he's angry. The encounter counter is currently at 8. I just don't I update that manually. Oh my god, so many questions. I'm trying really hard to... no response to that one. Zepper asks, what do I feel about Cloud having a lack of defined character? I don't feel his character was ill-defined. I just feel like it took forever to really understand Cloud's character. Or more accurately, I guess I could say that Cloud's characters had interesting variances of definition. Now, Vaughn's abs, that's a much better question, but we'll save that for FF12. So I know a lot of people throughout the entire marathon have been like, dude, I need to ask you about FF13 because it's the most controversial FF. And, dude, I need to ask you about FF7 because it's the most popular FF. Well, A lot of those questions, I basically said, could you save them till I'm playing the game, because I'm playing another game right now. But here we are, we're finally playing FF7, so if any of you guys have questions about FF7 that don't involve, you know, just long billions of... I didn't even mean to do that. Whatever, I don't care about Eris anyways. Nobody cares about you, Eris. I'm just kidding, I care about her. She's awesome. But her character is a little bit different in original translation, which doesn't really get across in the English translation, because the English translation is junk. No reason to fight these guys. No benefit. Dean asks, which 3 characters will I use as my endgame team? I haven't actually decided yet, to be honest with you. I usually use... By the way, there's a... I'm sorry, I have to laugh at that scene. The super deformed on the really high def train is just... So... And yeah, Boletaria, there were a lot, there were multiple initial iterations to this game. Sakaguchi's original plot was actually significantly different from the existing one. One of the only things that actually remains from the original translation is the existence of the live stream, because that was basically integral to the entire point of the plot. Sonic Dr. X, how badly did I mess up the parade the first time? Not only did I mess that up the first time, I've actually never gotten it perfect. Literally ever. I have never gotten it perfect. Okay, so Rohais asks if FF7's translation is as bad as 4 on the GBA or the original 6. Oh, I get what you're saying. That's why I was so confused. I was like, 6 had a really good translation on the GBA. No, it's much worse. it's easily worse. The only translation of the main FFs I would say is worse than this is 5 on the PS1, which is just terrible. No, man. We'll just... Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the numbers, because I know a lot of you guys have just joined me. Hang on, where's my stream? Okay, so up above me is the encounter counter. We're keeping track of how many encounters we have in any given game. We have a bit of a contest thing going. You can guess how many encounters you think you're going to have in this game. You get 3 guesses total. Third guess is your final one. It's locked in forever. At a certain point in time, I cut off voting, so you can't actually guess anymore for obvious reasons. Whoever, the people who guess get to win a random Steam game as a prize. Fun, enjoyment, blah, blah, blah. Up there is the FF13 and the FF10-2 counters. The first number is the amount that has been donated for us to play or not play that game. If it's a positive, we're playing it. If it's a negative, we're not. The second number is whether or not to show the cutscenes in that particular game. Again, first number is playing positive. I'm sorry, the second number being positive means we are watching cutscenes, and if it's negative, it means we are not. Zipper asks, who am I going to date when I get to the Golden Saucer? I'm not going to try to do anything special because I would have to actually have a guide up to do that. I could try with Barrett, just to really mess with people, but that would require a guide, and I've literally already screwed it up. Oh, you also need a Twitch account to guess because of obvious reasons. It's so I can contact you quickly and easily. Yeah, go away. Have I seen Wreck-It Ralph? No. Hey, look! Giant Popeye arms! So how many people knew that they actually had... They had blinking animations? Hang on, if I can get it right. There we go. Hang on. Blink! How many people knew that some of these characters actually have a bit of... Oh, it is on. How many people knew these characters actually have, in some cases, actually have a mouth graphic too, which makes them look kind of weird. Oh my god, I have way too many. Chad is just flying by. Okay. Well, alright, there's there's a few billion questions I've had about the FF7 remake. Let's go ahead and say one thing right off the bat. An FF7 remake, for some reason, whenever the official Square Enix people are asked about the FF7 remake, they always assume that they want us to remake FF7 with FF13's engine. Now, I say that's kind of weird because, I don't know about you, but I actually don't know any gamer myself who is a fan of FF7 who wants that. I have heard people who want it as a remake of FF9's engine, or they wanted a remake of, say, Dissidia's engine, or maybe FF10 or 12's engine, but either way, not FF13's. Now that's relevant because there's something else I'll be talking about with regards to the remake that doesn't happen in a moment here. We're just going to leave this line up here for everybody who keeps quoting it. Oh, yeah, there's another point. Crisis Core. There's another engine that would work just great. Okay, that's good. So, Zaverdes asks, what's the lore behind the deformed people? Well, the answer is actually really simple when you think about it. These people, when they worked on FF7, and this is officially acknowledged too, a lot of the people working on it have never worked with 3D before. In fact, most people in general have actually never worked on 3D in general, because 3D was such a new thing for video gaming. So they felt like they had two choices. They could go with super realistic, which they felt would take way too much time and money, and they were right, let's be honest. Or they could try and go ahead and just try these same super deformed features they've been doing in all the FFs previous to now, but in 3D. So there's the explanation for why that's that way. Yeah, Tifa has a few weird mouth moments. The one that always throws me is the cigar on President Shinra, which I didn't even notice at first. Now, the reason I mentioned that whole 13 engine thing is that I feel it kind of explains the next thing, but very recently as a few weeks ago, a certain individual who shall remain nameless went on record as saying that we will never make an FF7 remake because doing so would take about 10 years. I'm calling bull on that one. Speaking as a programmer and someone who's worked on games that are much more ambitious than that, that is complete and utter lie, and that just blows me away that they would just so flagrantly lie like that. Party Peepers ask, what did I think about Dirge of Cerberus? You know, it's funny because I actually generally consider Dirge of Cerberus a net negative, even though it actually did some interesting things both with Vincent's character and with Reeve. Hey, what's up, dude? He's apparently blitzed. That being said, Dirge of Cerberus is basically a net negative in my mind. The only thing I really like about it is what they did with Reeve, Vincent, and of course, Hojo, who was frickin' incredible. Are the FF7 movies canon? Depends on which ones you count, but the general answer is yes. Hang on. Now, Tifa... What are we renaming Tifa? Hang on. We are renaming Tifa something weird. Right, right. Here we go. Nope. Apparently I'm blinded, huh? There we go. Actually, Cloud in this game was Soldier Nothing class. He was a pathetic, worthless wretch. That's kind of the point, actually, but we'll get to that later. That would have been hilarious. Trishab the whole time. If they did make one remake, which would I want? Oh, that's easy, FF6. That'd be a proper remake, of course. That being said, 5, 7, and 8 would all be big on my list, too. And yes, by the way, this is a bar which Tifa runs, called the Seventh Heaven, because it's in Sector 7. And she is serving liquor because, you know, alcohol! Oh my god! Some people may be like, oh my god, why did they go out of their way to emphasize the alcohol at several sections of this game? The actual answer is because, Nintendo of America had always been so strict about censoring alcohol out of their games that they basically wanted to stretch a little. So they kind of put alcohol in several points in FF7 where it didn't actually really need to be. FF games after 7 that don't have swearing? I didn't think 9 had swearing in it. I could be wrong. I know 8 does in exactly one spot. And it's Sid who says it, of course. Is Barrett an homage to Mr. T? No. Hate to spoil that for you there. So someone asked a while ago, I'm sorry, I didn't actually notice that, which would be the worst FF setting to live in? That's actually a tough choice, because a lot of the FF worlds are actually really messed up when you think about it. FF6 would probably be pretty bad. It was bad before the, the World of Ruin, and then it became the World of Ruin. After that, I'd probably have to go ahead and pick FF9 as a horrible world to live in. Damn it is not a cuss word. That just doesn't count. I wasn't counting Chicken Wuss either. I was counting Sid's line. No, I do not know the original names of the sectors in FF7. Sorry, guys. I know it's been written down somewhere, I just don't remember what it is. So this is kind of an interesting scene in its own right, because this is important to keep in mind. Everything in this scene did in fact happen, but it's framed in such a way that it makes perfect sense for this to be some big, incredibly important scene between two people who have been best friends since they were very, very young, and two people who are getting together, and Cloud's leaving away for the town, and he's going to leave forever, and he'll never see his best friend again. But of course, as we already know, when we see this another time around, this scene is actually completely different from that, but we'll talk about that much later. Oh yeah, Spira. Sorry, I actually forgot Spira existed. Spira would also be terrible to live in. Like, really, really, really terrible to live in. Actually, Tifa's memories aren't as messed up, Mean Panda. She's just kinda lying for most of the sections of the game. I'm trying really hard to avoid major spoilers, at least for now. But suffice it to say that replaying this game certainly makes things interesting, knowing everything that happens in it. And knowing why. By the way, the world of FF2, which has no name, would also be a terrible place to live. Worst game universe to live in out of all games? Oh, that's easy. Anywhere in Warhammer 40k. That's such a joke. See you around, Zaverdes. Hope you get your phone working soon. Not that you can hear me right now. So, some people have asked me, why is it that the very first mission actually went really well against the Sector 5 reactor, but this mission went it basically went really, really poorly? Funny you ask that. That's not incidental. That's actually a very deliberate thing on the part of the developers, because you see, Barrett's a good guy. He's got a kind heart. He knows what he's doing, but he's kind of a what's the word? Not smart, I think, is probably the word I'd go for him. He is not a smart individual. So hang on. I want to skip this like really badly because this is a long tutorial if I don't. Okay, there we go. Nope, Samurai, that is actually totally wrong. See, the actual Avalanche group planned the Sector 5, or Sector 7, or what the hell it is, the original sector bombing. They're the ones who planned that mission. Not Barrett. Barrett planned this one. And things just don't go so well. Gosh. It's almost like Barrett doesn't actually know how to plan anything. Actually, I want this on her for now. And don't worry, Marlene will tend to the bar in her absence. That's also a thing that's kind of been misunderstood by people, because it's basically been done on purpose to emphasize that in certain sections of the slums, there's actually a great deal of familial and neighborly feelings that, you know, these people actually have the ability to trust leaving a child in charge of a bar because there will be no real issues, because if they were, the next door neighbors would take care of it, that kind of a thing. The real Avalanche is dead as of this point, except for the one lady who's never named. But the one Avalanche is not actually, well, okay, the one lady doesn't really matter. She kind of comes up later in ancillary works. But yeah, the original Avalanche is gone and dead. So Barrett is actually a very flawed character, all things considered. He is selfish, he is emotionally driven, he doesn't think things through. Tifa is a very flawed character. She's a liar. She's a someone who is manipulative and deceptive and doesn't actually think about others as much as she probably should. Eris is a flawed character. She's someone who's very, let's call her mischievous. She likes making problems. She likes doing things that are out of the ordinary because they're out of the ordinary. You know, stuff like that. Pretty much every character in this game is actually pretty flawed, at least at the start. And of course there's Cloud, and then there's Cloud, and then there's Cloud. Hey, Nerman. No. So, do you guys want me to talk about Avalanche now or later? Because I'm good for whenever. No, they didn't, Pretz. They just passed out from how amazing their kisses were. And yes, that's exactly right, Boletario. They were trying to push... Move! There we go. They were trying to push Genesis to be the next protagonist, and then they just kind of stopped things. So, the original Avalanche was a terrorist group. Now, you may be looking at me really weird, like, well, of course Avalanche is a terrorist group. No. See, I actually define terrorist a little bit different. A terrorist group is a group that is specifically founded for the purpose of causing terror in civilians to make a point or to make something happen. Yeah, whoops. Thank you. Just wanted to get my money back. Sorry. Thank you. Got that back. There we go. So, the original Avalanche group, you know, they were a horrifying, nightmarish cult group of doom. They literally believed that the best way for things to function would be for everyone on the planet to die, so the planet could go on living. Now, keep this in mind. I don't mean like they wanted to reset the world like happened with Omega in Dirge of Cerberus. What I mean by that is, hang on just a second. Hang on just a second. Let me go. There we go. What I mean by that is they thought the planet would actually be better without human beings on it. Now, whether that's true or not is debatable, but the significance of that is it's kind of like PETA on crack. They wanted to literally kill every single person on the entire world. That was the original Avalanche's goal, and the original Avalanche was well-funded, well-controlled, also was being funded by Rufus Shinra, and basically was a nightmarish, horrible, evil, terrible thing of doom. I kind of mentioned that because that's extremely important for something that's going to be happening soon. And it's not a theory, FF Gundam. Sorry, it's kind of confirmed at this point. So the very first spot that's a good spot to level is actually here. It's actually if you go this way, all the way to the end, and you'll fight an infinite amount of soldiers. I'm not doing that. I've got a better spot to level at. I don't know what that means. You mean connecting to the IRC chat? It's really weird then. I have no idea what that means. But anyways, yeah, so the original Avalanche was all about killing everything and doing all that fun stuff. The original Avalanche died a slow death, killing off most of the Turks in the process. See, originally, most people don't know this, but the Turks actually consisted of more than 3 people. I know, a shock, right? Most of those Turks died fighting Avalanche. The original Avalanche, the real Avalanche. Now, Barrett, this is so in character. Barrett hears about a group that's fighting Shinra, called Avalanche. So naturally, he comes up with this whole idea to come up with his own group with his friends, who he met in, or he got together with, what the? Yeah, just a second. No, that's right. Whatever. He came up with this whole idea to make up his own little I'm going to fight Shinra group because of his backstory, which we'll go into later. And naturally he thought he was going to call it Avalanche. Great idea, right? It's almost as good of an idea of taking something called the Horde, which was once run by demons and ran across half the world, and then, you know, having them be the good guys. Damn it, I don't even have Twitch chat up. Hang on. God, why do I have to deal with this crap? Un momento. Det ska det dröjas fram. Bum, bum. Go away. Thank you. Ah, who would have thought a popular stream would have had someone come in that's and just spam bullcrap. Whatever. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, you know what? Who can I do this over here? Bowman, are you gonna be here for the night? Because I know I can trust you. I don't understand your question, Lucas. Do you mean if they had just named Xenogears FF7? In which case my answer is actually no. I have an FF7 troll. I feel so honored. Like I said, FF7 is popular, and therefore people bash it because it's popular. Because it's popular to bash things that are popular. Yeah, no, it doesn't actually make a lot of sense to me either. Bowman, literally, if you just, in IRC chat, if you just click their name, and there should be options to ban and stuff. So, here you go. You're, actually, how do I mod you? Alright, I have to type it. Sorry guys, I'm trying to deal with some issues over here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bowman, you should be modded now, if you care. No, popular doesn't mean bad. Of course it doesn't, Eris. I mean, Aerith, excuse me. See you around, Omni. Oh, you're making fun. Yes, Doom, and it's funny, because I know you're saying that jokingly, but that actually is the paradox. It's one of the things that I have to talk about when we get to FF13, in all honesty. When someone asked, when FF7 came out in 1997, how excited was I? Well, to say I was exploding with excitement would be kind of underselling it, because FF4 came out, and I basically only had the ability to... I only had the ability to play it through renting it, because I just did not have the money or the capacity to fund it, basically. Just a second. When FF6 came out, well, FF5 came out, and, you know, it wasn't translated yet. Let's go ahead and move this over here. When FF6 came out, I didn't actually get a copy of that until years later. Because, you know, money, again. By the time FF7 came out, I actually had the ability to actually... Oh my... That's because I don't know how to type your frickin' name, apparently, Bowman. How the hell do you type your goddamn name? Either that or it's just Twitch chat's screwing up. Bowman. If that's not working, I got nothing. Anyways, where the hell was I? So yeah, when FF7 came out, it was the first time I actually had the ability to purchase the game when it came out. And then something terrible happened. I didn't have a PlayStation 1. So yeah, I was really excited, and then I didn't have the ability to play it. So I learned a lot about it before it came out. I could tell most people more about the game than they knew having actually played it. That sucks. That's how I typed it, B0man, whatever. I think if Xenogears was a proper remake done with the right people, yeah, I think that would actually be really awesome. And yeah, I don't give up my age. Sorry, guys. Sonic Doctor, what's your name over there? I don't mind opping you either. As long as you don't ban people who are, you know, shouldn't be banned. Just say something over in Twitch chat. I try, Doom. I try. Once upon a time, I played Chrono Trigger for 7 days straight. I'm gonna let that sink in for a moment while you automatically assume that I don't mean that literally, and then you realize I did mean it literally. Favorite materia combos? Actually, I'm really boring when it comes to materia combos, but there was one I had going for quite a while, which is added steel set to fire, or no, not fire, added steel set to ice, added cut set to ice, counter magic set to ice. Wow, that frame rate is terrible. I might have to actually up the frame rate just so I can see what I'm doing on the wheels. You know, that kind of a thing. It was basically a setup of several ice magics, or several ice materials, so it would do Ice Saga or Ice 3, or whatever you want to call it. Whenever I countered or did various things, and then it would do a hit and a steal as well. It was kind of unnecessary. It wasn't actually that overpowered. It was just fun. But I liked it. Back. Oh, hang on. Let me go ahead and see if I can mod Sonic Doctor really quick. Mod Sonic Doctor. That doesn't work. I got nothing. Yeah, enemy skill, by the way, I will definitely be doing enemy skill. I only remember about 3 of the major enemy skills that are really important. Big Guard being the big one. No pun intended. I'm definitely doing the Big Guard one. Because, holy moly. See you around, Bulletaria. Omni, I really doubt it. I'm sorry, dude. Random memory... So here's how you resurrect Eris. You don't. Zeiss, you missed the whole game you were in. What the hell, man? Elena's sister did not die. She actually has a couple of reappearances after the fact, including one very, very, very brief nod in Advent Children and one in Dirge of Cerberus. She's one of the only surviving of the original Turks. Oh, they were also in Crisis Core. I forgot about that. But we have no idea what happened to them. It's actually one of those loose ends that was probably going to be for a future game that never actually got made. Hey, Tall, we got dozens of trolls. You can relax. Fat Squeak, no I wasn't, because here's the funny thing, okay? If you ask me, what's my favorite Final Fantasy, I will say FF6, without question or hesitation. But the thing is, that question, one of the things I always feel like I need to mention is, the really important point here is that just because I enjoy another game more doesn't mean I don't enjoy this game. FF7 is still an incredible game. Flawed though it may be, it still is a game I enjoy playing tremendously, and I loved playing it. Especially since FF7 arguably has my favorite of all the various alternate advancement systems. The Materia system, which I will be talking about shortly. So, Kite asks, when Cloud comes on the train, what is the state of his memories? It's funny you mentioned that. I was kind of putting off talking about the whole 3 Clouds thing for a little bit. Yeah, we'll burn it here. I do, in fact, still have my physical copy of FF7, 8, and 9, although my original physical copy of 8 doesn't work anymore because it was damaged by my PlayStation 1 when it was broken, and my actual original PlayStation 1 doesn't work anymore as a result of that same incident. So, alternate advancement systems. That's anything... Materia itself is the best example I could ever give for it. You mean External? She's right there. So, Materia, it's something that you do to customize or increase your abilities or otherwise set yourself up, other than just plain leveling. For example, FF4, not counting the DS version, actually has absolutely no alternate advancement systems. Similarly, FF3 DS doesn't actually, or FF3 in general doesn't actually have an alternate advancement system in general, because even though they have a class system, it's not really alternate advancement. It's just changing what you can do. Ask just about anyone, Samurai. The original PlayStation 1s broke a lot. I know a lot of people. In fact, I know one person whose PlayStation 1 still functions. Just one. Eric's broke, Gary's broke, his other people I shouldn't name on the streams broke. Everyone broke. So, Materia system is admittedly a huge reason why I love Final Fantasy VII, is because it is, in my opinion, an excellent mix between the customizability to be able to set up your characters however you want, and the fact that the individual characters still actually matter to a degree. It's not to the severe extreme of, say, FF12 or FF10, but it isn't so much at the opposite extreme of FF4. External, I'm just going to say this once. Tifa is an awesome character, and if you don't think so, you don't understand her. I'm going to go ahead and close this now. That's correct, Omni. I'm amazed you remembered that. Yeah, Eric's PlayStation 1 actually literally exploded, had smoke coming out of it and everything, when he played, when you fight that White Dragon when you're entering Memoria, and when the White Dragon's death animation played, his PS1 smoked, and that was the end of that. End of his copy of FF9, too. So, fun fact about this scene, this is actually the exact same place as earlier from a different angle. To which you may say, well, that's not impressive, until you realize that these weren't actually rendered in 3D properly. So they basically just had to do it again. Actually, I can deny that completely, External, in both directions. Number one, she's awesome, and I don't give a damn about Rule 34. But number two, because Rule 34, she is not the most Rule 34 character in history. That's Lara Croft. Sorry. So, Doom asks, what is up with Cloud's composite sword made of swords? Well, the only thing cooler than a sword is swords, so, you know. But yeah, all these backgrounds were basically painted, for all intents and purposes. So the fact that this is the same thing done from the other side was specifically done to emphasize... it was basically them showing how much they cared about these backdrops. They put a lot of energy into all these backdrops. 1, 2, 3... too slow. 3. There we go. I thought it was an honor, External, because Tifa is actually my favorite character in this game. But if you want me to rename her, then I think that it's tough, because I'm not sure there's a rename thing in this. Come on. He won't in my version, Mean Panda, unless you guys vote for it. Do I really, a Sonic Doctor? Wow. Alright, so... one of the other things they really wanted to get across is a very strong emphasis on a villain who had a great deal of presence, but was completely different from all previous villains. Again, remember, they wanted this idea that Final Fantasy VII was like a game you could actually feel being in the real world, like you could actually feel what it would be like to live in this city, live in Midgar, that sort of thing. Now, obviously, this was basically dropped relatively soon in, but they really wanted that initial impact to be standard, everyday, real-life villains. And this is why President Shinra was created, and this is why President Shinra is such an emphasized villain. Just a corporate executive, a short, fat, balding old man with a cigar in his head, who is pretty evil, all things considered. Not the most evil character in this setting, but still. Now, this scene actually takes on completely different connotations if you happen to understand everything. But basically, a lot of these lines make more sense if you understand that what Shinra is basically asking is for confirmation that they are Avalanche, rather than anything else. It does actually emphasize Shinra's personality in a lot of ways, though. Dad Slayer asks, how do I feel about the Tales of games? I think they're awesome. I know that takes a while, but seriously, awesomeness. Let's go and up the encounter counter now. Alright, this is it. Now, there's actually a lot of ways to break this boss. I don't remember any of them off the top of my head. But seriously, this is actually a really easy boss if you know what you're doing. He's a really easy boss in general. You're welcome, Bile. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're having no issues, too. Yeah, I probably want to go ahead and... there we go. This is a good way to demonstrate, I think, what I was talking about. So this is a... Well, okay. The Shinra Weapons Department has been trying for years to try and come up with fully automated soldiers. When they came up with Soldier, the group, that was basically... That was working, but they really wanted to go ahead and try to have a more automated force, especially given what happened last time, and their worries about, someone... What the hell? Heal him already. Anyways, their worries about having rebellion, the issues that happened with the original Avalanche, the fact that the Turks were no longer reliable. There was a dozen or so reasons why they really wanted to have a mechanical fighting force. I won't comment on Rufus just yet. After all, I don't even know who's this Rufus guy. Wrench. Who's Wrench? You're Wrench. That being said, there's no real denying the fact that President Shinra was a cold fish. Not completely evil. A lot of his actions are a lot more understandable than you would think. But yeah. And he's dead. Probably being a little more... So, this is the first FF game in a long time where bosses actually give X. Holy moly. I'm healing you, Wrench. God, man. The most evil person in FF7 is Hojo. No contest. Yeah, I'm strong, sure. There's a few follow-ups, like Scarlet and Heidegger. No! One thing that always bothered me about this scene, they just stand, like, right next to a reactor that just exploded. Well, lean, whatever. And Cloud plummets a few miles. I'm sure he'll be fine. He'll be fine, yeah. Fun fact, there actually is a lore explanation for how he survived this. It's actually really obvious if you think about it. Any guesses before I tell you? Oh, by the way, this voice... I'll give you a guess as to why he survived and which voice this voice is. That voice is a different voice than that voice. But, yeah. Yes, I do, Zeiss, and it was a lot. He does. You're right, Cashel. He does. Don't worry, the flowers broke his fall. No, the real reason that... nobody's guessing. The real reason that Cloud survived is because of the Genova cells within him. They basically refused to allow him to be deconstructed, is the word I'm going to use. So the gray voice is what I'm going to start referring to as Genova Cloud. And the voice which has been speaking for Cloud this whole time that we've been seeing is what I'm going to call Fake Cloud. He doesn't die in combat. What are you talking about? Not in story, anyways. And so that's Eris. Now, I know exactly what we're renaming her, and it's going to bug the crap out of me because, let's just say I can't pronounce that name at all. Sorry about landing in your flower bed. No, I don't mean Panda because he is none of those things. I think Squall kind of set that standard. No offense to Squall, because he actually wasn't those things either. But irony, as they say. On the surface, I imagine both looked very much like that type of character. And nobody actually bothers to dig under the surface to understand who they really are. Except for me, of course. I'm kidding, I'm sure plenty of people do that. I love this, by the way. You can say, "You were the slum drunk." I'm not saying that, though. So yeah, someone asked, how is it that I already have access to magic? It's the fact that materia is how magic works in this setting. Yes, Bowman, I definitely think that. I'm kidding, of course. So she tells you to wait, but actually nothing happens if you wait, so you have to go up and bother her. I love this pose. Here, watch her animation here. Sorry, something about that just amuses me to this day. So, we are renaming Eris. This is going to kill my tongue. Aerith. Yeah, there we go. Hey, look, it's Reno. One of my favorite Turks. God, this translation is so terrible in some cases. But yeah, playing this game while understanding the entire story is just very interesting. And this is, of course, where we see a little bit of Eris's actual personality. She literally agrees to go out on a date with him if he'll become her bodyguard. Now, I'm sure that sounds innocent and light, but it isn't. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Your question is phrased improperly, external. What do you mean? By the way, every time you see that flash, that's Genova Cloud in basically shoving memories and thoughts into his mind. It's a just good way to summarize that. Thoughts on the character of Zeng. I wish the translation had been better so we would understand his character a little bit better. By the way, Eris is how I usually say it because I can actually say that. Also, it sounds a little bit better than me, personally. I believe you, HF Loki. The localization team was garbage until FF9. No offense to Square. I'll explain the multiple cloud thing later, because it's kind of the primary plot of... it's pretty much the only actual real plot twist in the entire game. Lol, tall. Alright, we gotta do this whole thing here, but I don't know how to do it. I have to hit certain barrels up top. Anytime there's a flash of light, Retro Gamer, that's Genova Cloud shoving memory and thought and whatnot into Cloud. I like this song, by the way. I'd just like to say that. But yeah, a lot of the dialogue amongst the Turks makes absolutely no sense given their characters and the way they are. Zeng is a really bad example of that. I wouldn't call the Turks bad guys, Ojunix. I would just call them professionals. Uh-oh. What do I do, guys? What do I do? No! What do I do? I get in a random encounter, apparently. With hedgehogs! Wait, hedgehogs? Really? That's what I'm fighting? Okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, the Turks' personalities basically changed as they were going through this game, and that explains a lot of the inconsistency with them. It's something that happens to writers more often than you'd think. You start off with a character in a particular area, and then you go in another direction with it, and by the end you're like, alright, I'm here! Oh, right, that doesn't actually fit. Okay, for that one I want this one, I think. Kunk! Yep. Yes, I've played Shadows of the Colossus. So, Fat Squeak asks, how do you equip materia in lore? We actually see someone equip materia in the movie, so we have a visual representation of exactly what happens. And that is knocking over a barrel! Even though, it basically... Yeah, it basically kind of magically slots into your equipment as you have it equipped. It's really all it comes down to. It's nothing really fancy or splashy, but it does look kind of cool. By the way, I think the movie Turks and Advent Children were awesome, and that's just all I'm going to say about that. Caladrius asks, what is the order of events for the FF universe? If you mean officially, there's only a few FFs that are directly connected. We know FF1 happens before FF2, which happens before FF4. We know FF10 happens before 10-2, happens before 7. Those are the only ones that are solidly directly connected. Other than 5 connecting to 6, I suppose, now that I think about it. Yes, Ojunix, on several cases I felt sad for these poor guys. I mean, they're just schlubs doing their job for money. Fun fact, the Shinra military really shouldn't actually be called that, because again, these are employees. Now that may or may not actually mean anything to you, but try to think about how many things you've had to do on your job, and even just a job as a, you know, at a fast food restaurant, or if you're in an office building, or if you're working at a phone center or a tech center or anything like that. How many of you people have been at those jobs and just absolutely were told by your boss, you have to do this, I don't care if you disagree with it, I don't care if it bothers you, you have to do this or I'm firing you. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know about you guys, but that's happened to me a lot. And I can't tell you how many times I've had to do something bad to someone else because my boss told me to. So, yeah. The point I'm trying to go for with that is the whole idea that I feel bad for a lot of the Shinra military because they're basically just employees in like a private military company kind of a situation. Yeah, I know it does, Lucas. It's because they shouldn't be connected to begin with. They literally shouldn't. I don't know why they did. Hang on just a second. If you could grab this, thank you, Eris. By the way, I personally do really like the Advent Children movies. I know a lot of people don't. It's entirely, you know, reasonable and understandable. Hey, that's your opinion, External. I've been on both sides of that fence. I laid no judgment. And here is actually well, actually not here, but these enemies are pretty much one of the first really good places to level in the game. And usually the only time I'll stop to level until the next spot, which is quite a ways further in the game, is right here. The Children of the Advent, External. Think about it. Yeah, Advent Children is seriously flawed, but it's a good movie. Sounds like FF7 itself, doesn't it? There are some real problems with it, but it's still awesome. There we go. Oh, I'm not excusing the Turks. I'm just saying I feel bad for a lot of the Shinra Dragoons. Most of them probably had no idea what they were doing. Hey, this guy are sick. Ahem. Yeah, bad translation. So, keep note. Here's a dude. Like, he's really, really sick. He can barely function. He can barely think. He can barely move. And he has a tattoo of the number 2. Yes, that is technically the second one we see, too, so appropriate. I shouldn't even say technically. That is the second one we see. Hang on, we need to buy a little bit of materia. Assuming I can afford it right now. This isn't the materia shop. Parasite, Mean Panda. Although it's more complicated than that. Genova is Lavos. That's probably a better way to explain it. Oh, sorry, sir. Didn't mean to try and open your freezer there. Okay, I basically just want a fire. There we go. I'm not sure how that would work, Bio. Actually, it would make a lot of sense, though, in context, so sure. Why not? Make sure you leave the gill. In case you ever come back here again. So, I kind of like this quote right here. Everything that President Shinra says is a lie, but then again, you can't trust that avalanche or whatever you call him. You can bat it around all you like, but at the end it comes down to wanting to be like those who live up above. Just an interesting little comment, especially given what we know about the reality there of the avalanche setup. Party Peepers, actually, as much as I almost hate myself for admitting this, I'd kind of like the FF7 compilation to continue, and that's because of the fact that the story hasn't ended. It literally is like, it's got like 3 major plot threads that are just kind of dangling here like, alright, we're ready for the next game, or whatever, and it's just been left alone and it hasn't happened. Okay. Yeah, I can afford those. No, Fat Squeak. You don't know who you really are. External, in some RPGs you can't. Only in some, though. Yeah, we'll give you that. Now to get one of the more important materias, at least for me. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of live and breathe off of this materia. Especially early in the game. Cover. Of course they don't, Kay. Why would they? So as you can see, this place is very rich in life, despite being down below, basically. This is one of those things that makes perfect sense, and I just feel like mentioning it because I've been asked the question before of why. Hang on. The why is, again, just because Eris herself uses her connection to the life stream and her innate abilities in order to make life flourish here, where basically it shouldn't be able to. And so, yeah, we have the Genesis thing, we have the fact that the original Turks are still running around, we have the fact that the new Turks are still running around, we have the fact that there's that Neo organization, whatever the crap, that, that Rufus funded, and that, that Reeve runs. You know, there's a lot of things that were basically just kind of left dangling. The A-team. Come on, dude. Really? The first tattooed guy we see is... Well, I don't want to spoil that, do I? I'll give you a hint. He's got pointy blonde hair and Popeye arms. If I could categorize the FF7 characters into job classes, well, the obvious one is Sid, who would definitely be a Dragoon. and Tifa, who would also be a monk. Both of those are really easy and obvious. Barrett's a little harder, but he actually fits chemist pretty well. Cloud is definitely a knight. What do I think about that? Eris is time mage. I would probably go ahead and have Kate Sith be a gambler. I guess that's actually really an obvious one when I think about it. Hey, look! It's Genova Cloud again. No, I didn't tell Eris she's my girlfriend. I told Eris Tifa's my girlfriend. Of course he's not, Kay. Someone hid it. Who am I missing? Oh, Vincent. Well, Vincent's also obvious. He's a gunner. I could also see Vincent being seen as a quote-unquote vampire class or something similar. Monster class, blue mage class, that kind of a thing. But yeah, actually, Cashel is correct. Ugh, right, I actually forgot about this. Sorry about that, Eris. My bad. Aerith. God, I'm trying, I swear. So yeah, you have to get out of here, and you have to not step on any of the things that have creaks on them. And you can't run. So we go on the inside here. There we go, and we're out. No, Kay, he never got a tattoo. That's actually the plot point. And an irony, if you think about it. Hey, it's a dog. Hi, dog. Oops, whoops. Hey, Eris. Holy moly, you're good. So again, this is part of Eris's personality that doesn't really come up that well in the English version, but the whole point here is she knows it's dangerous, but she doesn't care. She's not being tough here. She's not being strong. She's being negligent is probably the word I'd use for that. Literally flinging herself into danger, knowing how dangerous it is, and not giving a damn because it's just kind of her personality. Hey look, it's a house. Wait, what? Guys, it's a house. I don't know what to believe anymore, and it's shooting little miniature nukes at me. I'm kind of scared, guys. Right. So let's go ahead and explain limit breaks. First of all, limit breaks are a lore thing in addition to a setting, in addition to a gameplay thing. The idea is that when someone has been pushed so hard and they're at their worst, they can channel their inner energy, ability, whatever, in order to accomplish something that otherwise they wouldn't be capable of doing. Oh my god, it's a house that now walks and has 4 arms. So like I said, limit breaks are a lore thing in addition to a gameplay mechanic. But let's go ahead and talk about the gameplay mechanic, because I know some people who have never actually understood how limit breaks works. Hang on just a second. Okay, every single character in this game... let me just show you something. This will make it easier to explain. Okay, so 4 levels of limits, right? There's 2 level 1s, 2 level 2s, 2 level 3s, and 1 level 4. In order to get the level 2... In order to get the second level 1 limit, you have to use the first limit a number of times. It actually varies, believe it or not, but it's generally around 8. In order to get the level 2 first limit, you have to kill a certain number of enemies. The number of kills required varies from character to character. Vincent and Kate Sith, actually I think it's just Vincent, and Yuffie, excuse me. Vincent and Yuffie require the least, whereas characters like Barrett and Cloud require the most. When I say kills, I mean killing blows. In other words, if we're both attacking to this one enemy, and Cloud's the one who kills it, he's the one who gets the killing blow. And at that point, I can go ahead and set my level to level 2, and then I would have to use the level 2 limit 8 times in order to get the level 2 second limit, and so forth and so on. You have to max out everything in order to get the level 4 limit, which is always an item which you get from doing one of the optional quests of Awesome. And that's how limits work. The end. And now we're going to get another materia that isn't that useful, but I tend to get all the materia. What do you want from me? I channel Yuffie sometimes. I'm not going to get it in yet, actually. I was kind of lying, but... By the way, that broken highway we just went through is actually the the leveling spot I mentioned earlier. I might actually come there later when I have 3 characters. So I think Nanaki, aka Red 13, is actually a really cool character, all things considered, that needed more characterization. Hey, look! Genova just blunked for more information into his brain. So, Nanaki is a character that he's well characterized the first time you see him, and then he's well characterized when you see him in his big scene. But overall, he just kind of comes a background character, and this is something that I personally don't actually like all that much in just about every FF, even FF6, which in my opinion did it best. FF6 and FF9 did this best. I like the idea of every character at least having the spotlight for a while and actually mattering to the plot. Red 13, as much as I hate to say it, doesn't matter to the plot that much. Not as much as he should have. Red 13 should have been a perfect viewpoint character for the planet, especially given what happened with Aerith. Yes, it's a cat Sith Lord. How did you guess? So, I told you guys I'd let you do this. If anybody wants to set up one of those voting things again, that's awesome. The question here is basically, do you want me to go ahead and dress up Cloud and do this whole side quest, or not? I think I still remember how to do all the steps. Pretty sure I do. For anybody who's wondering, the benefit is you get a different cutscene. There's no real gameplay benefit other than, you know, you get a different cutscene. So, if you want to set that up, that's great. I don't remember who did it last time. I apologize. But yeah, this is the red light district, which is why it's yellow. Okay. Estropol, thank you. I couldn't even think of what it was called. So a lot of these dialogues just make, God, absolutely no sense at all. I like this quote, by the way. Don't bring me down to your level. So, like that guy, for example, he's worried about actually doing this because, you know... Oh, I want to talk to him. There we go. Even unpopular dweebs like you can meet their dreams here. So, for example, that Shinra soldier is someone who's debating going in here because things aren't going well with his girlfriend. That guy over there is just violent because he can't get in. That guy's torn because he can't get in. Yeah. So yeah, welcome to the red light district. Like I said, if you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Thank you, Sonic Doctor. Lots of props and shoutouts. Anybody wants to vote, go ahead and click that link that Sonic Doctor threw out there and toss in your vote. You don't have much time to vote, all things considered. That is correct, Fat Squeak. It is pronounced Kotshi. That is actually the correct way to pronounce his name. I don't do that because I hate that, and Kate Sith is what I learned, and screw them. By the way, I kind of like this. Eris says, I'll just go in by myself in order to figure out what's happening to Tifa. And Cloud's response is, you do know what kind of place this is, don't you? So, get your votes in, guys. 12! 12! Holy moly! My throat's doing a bit better, Machina. I actually had to gargle for like a solid minute earlier before I started up FF7. 23 yes, 6 no. Wow, you guys really want Cloud to end up with Don Corneo, don't you? I'd just like to go on record, by the way. While I easily call Hojo the evil character and Scarlet the not quite as evil but still evil character, I'm sorry, but something is just wrong with Don Corneo. But I can't call him evil, just disgusting. He's... Okay. Don Corneo is kind of weird because he's a crime boss, and that is important. He is a crime boss who also does underwork for the Shinra, who also runs a brothel district, and he himself samples all the girls before they go through here. So while I can't call him evil in all good conscience, he is just a disgusting, disturbing, horrible individual who deserves to die. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm totally going to make Cloud kiss him. You guys made me do it. We're going all out. Okay, I got to remember all these ones. Hang on. You basically have to get it perfect, otherwise Cloud doesn't do it. So I'm going to do my damnedest here. Okay. You know, just once, he always wanted to be in a dress. What? A tough-looking guy like that? So how about it? Will you make him a dress? Might be interesting. I was getting bored just making regular clothes. Okay, we want a soft, shimmering dress. Okay. Yeah, Cashel is exactly right. Don Corneo is just... Now, the thing about Don Corneo that most people don't actually mention, including me just now, is he's pathetic. And that's kind of the other weird thing about his character. He's so pathetic, he could almost be called a... right, hang on. I actually have a private thing for death counter. It's right here. I'm just keeping track of. Because I didn't have time to edit the layout. I mean, that thing took me freaking forever to set up. But I am keeping track of the death counter, not Suo Tails, so don't worry. Anyways, that's the interesting thing about Don Corneo. He's this horrible, horrible, terrible person who deserves to die, but he's pathetic. I mean, he's almost comic relief because of how incredibly stupid and minuscule and inconsequential that he is. He might as well just not even be there. Excuse me. Okay, we got the silk dress. So, I kind of like this. Cloud's getting dressed back there, and he has this line. How do you put this on? And then Eris just kind of peeks in. And he's like, whoa, whoa, what are you doing? Yeah, by the way, in Dissidia, 2 characters can wear female clothing. Cloud and Kefka. Alright, let's go dress this up. Now, it's also worth noting that, again, Eris is way too enthusiastic about dressing Cloud up as this whole, female drag queen thing. And let me make something absolutely clear. If you're a drag queen or you're into drag queens, I don't give a damn. Yes, no, maybe. Total tolerance, I don't care. The thing that really weirds me out about this is Eris's perspective on it, because Cloud is only putting up with this because it's the only way to deal with this. Eris is like, yes, let's dress her up. And yeah, it's basically the fact that Eris is kind of... Let's use the word frisky. And so she's basically doing this because of the fact that it's so different and risque and naughty, and she just kind of gets into that kind of thing. Alright, this is it, guys. The dialogue in so many of these scenes makes no sense at all. It's one of the reasons I'm just blowing through most of the dialogue, by the way. Got it. Don't need to practice. See that people do this with task timing. It's actually hilarious to watch. The animation literally can't keep up. Sorry, I'm kind of concentrating because I want to get this right first time. Because you guys wanted the ultimate result, and that means I have to get every single thing right. There's only 2 possible outcomes. You either win... God, that was actually kind of close. You either win or you lose. And if you get anything wrong, you lose. And yes, by the way, that was a big bodybuilder kind of guy just knocked out by a guy in a dress with a wig. And by the way, that is a guy with a wig. This one right here. Not that one. This one. Yeah, so anyways, let's go ahead and get all the other pieces now. There are a few translation fixes, but when I say fixes, I mean it's just people... let's just say I wouldn't actually recommend any of them, and put it to you that way. So, this is an obvious reference, and I'm sorry, this whole section's kind of perverted. I apologize. There's nothing else for it, but I'm just going to be honest about it. The whole reason this guy wants you to check out this vendor thing is, well, okay. In Japan, right about the time this was coming out, there was a widespread thing, literal or rumor, it doesn't matter, but it was becoming popular in fiction especially, to have used panties in vending machines. So that's what the joke is here, that he assumes it's going to be this used panty thing. Hang on. We'll have the sushi plate. But yeah, that was the whole joke there. Now, in case you're wondering what the actual joke is, it's the fact that the vending machine just sells, like, energy drinks. And that's it. So that's the joke. Oh my god, I need your woman in the party to go away because, holy crap. And, come on. There we go. I need your woman to look away because I'm so terribly, you know, embarrassed about this, and I need you to go check out this vending machine, and it's just an energy drink, and that's the joke. Yeah, so. Okay, got the pharmacy item. Let's go here. Whip, 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 whip. I'm pretty sure everyone does Earthboundian. And then we scare the hell out of this guy. Digestive. There we go. Oh, that's wonderful, Kay. That makes everything better. I don't know how to be more sarcastic. So, that's actually Tifa's best weapon in the game. Her ultimate weapon right there. I'm not kidding. Think about that for a moment. Alright, so, let's head in here. Yeah, I'll stay. Buy the one for 200 gil. 200 gil for an energy drink. That better be a really good energy drink. Man, I'm hungry. I had a sandwich, but ugh. Of course it does, Joven. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not talking to me. I was gonna say, you know me, Joven. There's plenty of stuff that bothers me. It doesn't matter where from. Mr. Raid, her very best weapon in the game is actually in this store that says item. It's at that thing right there. But yeah, Eris, she does have her own character flaws, and obviously she's kinky, and obviously she's got this whole naughty thing, but she's also the rebellious, I'm going to do it because you don't like it kind of a person. She's a very contrarian individual. But it's actually ironic because her contrarian nature was emphasized specifically to get across why it is that Eris is the one that does what she does later on. And what was it? Drumroll, please! Da-da-da-da! Yeah, that was, yeah, like I said. Diamond Tiara. Thank you. No zipper. Eris is okay, would you guys stop trying to misunderstand what I'm saying? It's not cool. Okay, let's go ahead and get a save in here, because we gotta do the weird section. Omni, there is no part of Eris that's innocent, I'm sorry. But it is worth noting that underneath all of those quote-unquote flaws, she is a very, determined, I think is actually the word I want to use. Oh, right, I need the member card. Sorry, guys, forgot one thing. What am I missing? I got the tiara. Oh, yeah, I need to do... Okay, let's go do that real quick before we do that. Pretty sure I got the right item. Well, guys, I'll go ahead and let you decide, because I don't think it actually matters which room I go in. No, it does, doesn't it? I have to go... I'll look it up, because I don't remember which room you have to go in order to get the best item. I'm pretty sure it's not the room, but... So this guy's like, oh my god, that lady's been in there all day! And she's like, no, my god, it's so terrible. Here, have some medicine. And there's the sexy cologne. Question, why is it cologne and not perfume? Answer, bad translation. Thanks, Arsh. You're welcome. It's not Eris, it's actually Tifa's. Tifa's ultimate weapon is actually found in this exact area when you come back here in Disc 3 or 4. Okay, so, hang on, I gotta look up which room I gotta go into. Because I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh my god, the first thing I found was a bunch of images of people cosplaying as Cloud in the dress. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? What the crap? By the way, some people have asked me, why is this place called the Wall Market? Well, actually, it's kind of pathetic, I guess is the reason. The real answer, the real reason this place is called the Wall Market is because it was originally a marketplace and it happens to be right next to the wall, in between the two sectors. That's the reason. Okay, hang on. Honeybee Inn. Okay. Okay, I got the silk dress. Got the blonde wig. Got the sexy cologne. Got the diamond tiara, excuse me. Okay, apparently I need to go into the room. So apparently we're going into the room, guys. Yay! You guys are in for a treat. Sorry guys, no poll. I have to go into the room in order to get the briefs, or I'm sorry, the lingerie. Yes, by the way, that means he's actually going to be wearing lingerie in addition to everything else. Lingerie, tiara, sexy cologne. Even unlikable losers like you can get lucky. I like how how all three men immediately are like, ooh, we females, because, you know, they're pathetic. Now, this room confused the hell out of me the first time I saw it. And I don't mean the room, I mean the fact that this incredibly top-down perspective just made me go, huh? And it was just so jarring that it took me forever to actually understand that that's actually a woman's face carved in gold on the floor with something in kanji that I don't know what it says on the floors. I suppose. Damn it, Pax. We're actually at almost no encounters for being how far in we are, but a lot of the later FFs are going to be like that. Pretty much from this point on. Okay, so a couple fun things. We can peek into these rooms as well. I'm actually wearing lingerie right now. Pack&X asks, have I played Xenogears and what's my opinion on it? The answer is yes, I have. But, I don't like it as... I like the first part of the game a lot more than the last half of the game. That's probably the best way I could put that. So, that's a Shinra... This room takes a lot of explanation. That's a Shinra employee. That's President Shinra. And there's another Shinra employee over here you can't quite see. This is literally how the President Shinra gets his kicks. And the funny thing is, it's not actually necessarily perverted. This is just him... Well, I mean, it is perverted. Because his wife is in there as well. Or not his wife. Anyways, whatever. The point is, this is just kind of... role play, I believe, is actually what's this called. Just wanted you all to appreciate that one. Now, this one I like a lot. Admittedly, because after this whole area, this was just a nice little reminder that not everyone's a pervert. You hear all this noises like gasp and wheeze, and you're like, oh god! And then you see it's an old man and his wife, whose children, you know, ponied up money so they can enjoy a nice little vacation here. And that's just, it's kind of actually nice, all things considered. That's all. It's very innocent, it's very sweet, and it was a nice little break from all the horribleness of all the rest of this. So, we want to do the room. Oh, right, hang on. First we need to go up here, don't we? And here's the bunny girls. By the way, the bunny girls have a unique animation just to them, which we'll show off in just a second. That one right there. Waggling their bee butts back and forth. So, this woman is like, oh my god, it's a guy and he's disgusting and I hate him. And then she's like, I'm going to name him. Yeah, let's go. Okay, yeah. So, hey, and it's actually funny because, because we get to see her thoughts the whole time. It's actually kind of funny. But anyways, that's all. I just wanted to do that. Do I have to come in after the event? Give me my frickin' makeup. Maybe it has to be after. Whatever. I did liberated. Not ashamed. Omni? Only you can answer that. By the way, I like these options. I'm still trying to decide, and don't make me repeat myself. In which case he's like, oh my god, this one's probably the violent type. Which just says something about the kind of people that come in and frequent this place. Alright, so this is at the room. Hey look, it's one of the clouds. Question, which cloud is this? It's actually kind of an obvious one, because it's actually kind of the same cloud it's been. It's Genova Cloud, I'll just tell you. That's Genova Cloud. Genova Cloud is wondering what the hell Cloud is doing with by not actually doing what he needs to do, is basically what how I'm going to phrase that. And I don't want to spoil too much else, but yeah. So, what happened during this scene? We don't want to know. Although it's probably just a massage. And that's not just me wanting it not to be anything else. It probably was just a massage. Actually, it's funny you say that, Samurai, because several people at Square have actually gone on record and saying that they wouldn't actually, lingerie? Wouldn't actually remake this area. I like how she doesn't even know you're trying to dress up as a woman, and she gives you lingerie. Yeah, could you put makeup on me, please? And her response to putting makeup on you is, oh my. Alright, that's everything. By the way, anybody who's played Dragon Quest VIII knows what the Puff Puff actually is. And I just like to say I think it's awesome. Alright, let's go. Let's go. I don't know, External. It's just kind of a weird thing, you know? It's like, oh, we're so sorry. Here, have this. Okay, so dress, tiara, lingerie, cologne, wig, and I got the makeup. We're good. Oh god, that scene is horrible, Doom. And then they scream. Ugh. Ugh, that scene just kills me every time I see it. And there's no way to stop it, too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got everything, so I think we're ready to go. Let's do it. Just for you guys, we became the prettiest girl in the world. Now, I don't mean to sound bad, but I just like to say that both Eris and Tifa, from a purely physical perspective, are actually quite attractive. I want to know what kind of guy actually finds Cloud in a dress more attractive than Tifa and Eris combined. And I know the answer to that question, because the one who would find that more attractive is Don Corneo, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Hey, Rory. What's up? You're just in time to see Wrench get in a dress and be pawned over by a lecherous old man. Over 200 views? Wow. I like how several of you already got the answer before I said it. Don Corneo, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so we got another little question thing coming up, and I'm going to phrase this in a specific way for those of you who haven't seen it. Do you think I should answer honestly, or should I answer... should I do the correct answer or the incorrect answer? It doesn't actually affect anything other than what he says. So, correct answer or incorrect answer? I think my sister's home. Two ladies coming through. I want to comment on something real quick. That little fan there is a nice touch. They actually had to render that in full 3D, which probably doesn't sound as impressive as it was at the time. But they do a lot of little touches like that, and it's all really, really obvious on the PC version because the resolution difference between the paintings and the 3D stuff is huge. So it looks like it's a flat painting with 3D stuff on it occasionally. It really drags out. Of course I am, Lucas. I'm doing all of Wutai. Did it really? I didn't know 14 had a... FF14 had a puff thing. Was it the correct puff, though? Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of people saying I should do the correct answer here. Yeah, I won't forget. I know where a lot of the treasures are in this game without even having to try. I've replayed FF7 a lot. Not as much as FF6. Not as much as Chrono Trigger. But FF7 might actually be the FF I've replayed the most. Even more than 4. So I'd just like to point this out. Tifa was asked to wait in a room that has a slab with blood stains on it, and a hot poker thing, and there's some wrenches and tools. I'll just say this is a torture room. This is a full-on torture room. I'm not going to extrapolate on that. I kind of like this quote, by the way. Poor Wrench, having to stand here and listen to us both call him nothing. Bio, I would burn this place to the ground. And then I'd go to town on it. There we go. And yes, this is Don Corneo's theme, because Don Corneo, ladies and gentlemen. The blood stains are what really get me. It's just... ugh. Yeah, it's a lot of blood, isn't it? Yeah. So it turns out that Tifa is basically here. For those of you who are wondering about the actual plot, the reason Tifa's here is because apparently the Shinra have been really active lately, and they're trying to figure out what's going on, and they believe that the Dawn here has some information on it because one of the men he found, that Barrett found specifically, was well, was working with Don Corneo, and so she's here to figure out what's up. Extainholm, I'm all for tolerance and understanding, but screw this guy and screw this place. Claudia, I like that, Jovan. From now on, we're going to call Cloud Claudia, at least until we're done with this section, which will be in about 3 minutes. There is a lot of blood in FF7, but the one scene, and you know the scene I'm talking about, is probably one of the most atmospheric scenes in an FF I've ever seen. It's really awesome. I'm actually really looking forward to getting to it so I can... So, the Don's waiting in his room. Because I'm a disgusting pervert in a suit. It's easy to miss, Omni. That's why. Actually, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. It's because the censors weren't involved in this one, because this was Sony, not Nintendo. Alright, so let's get it over with. That's the Don, by the way. In case you can't tell, he's a fat guy in a bad red suit with white fur. He's got a pipe in his mouth, and he's got a obviously dyed blonde, platinum blonde mohawk. Oh, and he's got bright purple pants, and he's wearing sharp boots, which are probably lizard skin. Don Corneo has no taste. By the way, a lot of effort was put into making Don Corneo as disgusting and despicable as possible. I'd like to say they succeeded. The stated intent was, again, to make this seem like a different kind of Final Fantasy. You wouldn't see this kind of a guy in a previous FF. Hoi hoi hoi! Alright, let's see if I did everything right. Pretty sure I did. We'll find out in a moment. Yep! I'm sorry, Radio Swim. I know you had that issue. I got your message about it. I love chickies who play hard to get... I refuse to voice act that anymore, I'm sorry. By the way, in case you missed that line, he's gonna take Cloud and he tells the guys that they can have the rest. Yeah. Fortunately, Eris and Tifa can handle themselves since they're a... Well, Tifa's at least can handle herself. So there... Oh, I just want to point this out. I just want to pause here so you can take in the Don's room. Look at this place. Look at this place. Look at his bed. Look at the garish lighting and the incense and the just... Oh my god, this place is like the very epitomization of tacky and horrifying. Oh, and by the way, if you walk around the room, he follows you. See? So, here's something that's been asked of me before. Why is there a hyper behind Don Corneo's bed? The answer... Well, unfortunately, I think you actually know the answer of why there's a hyper behind Don Corneo's bed. By the way, I forgot the disco ball, which is spinning. Does anybody who knows Japanese way better than I know what that symbol is? I actually used to know what that means. Ah, thank you, Jovan. Heaven. Yeah, his bed is heaven. I knew that. I just had forgotten. So, we're just going to let you enjoy these lines. Of course I like you, Don Corneo. You sure do know how to make a guy feel good. What do you want me to do? Whatever you want, Daddy. I can't say. Alright then. And then... Okay, we'll give him a kiss. I like how Cloud is like, I can do this. I can do this. I like this. Tifa's like, Cloud, were you actually going to... By the way, if Tifa's in here, you see him doing the hip thrust animation, which, thankfully, we will never see. What did your assistants find out? Talk! If you don't tell us, I'll chop them off. Holy moly! Really? Who told you to do this? Talk! If you don't tell us, I'll rip them off. By the way, they went out of their way to make a lot of specific, really mundane-sounding, bureaucratical-sounding, very bureaucratic-sounding names for all these horrible departments. Like Heidegger is head of public safety and maintenance. In other words, he's in charge of the army. Yeah, whatever. Now talk. If you don't tell us, I'll smash them. So this is when we find out that they have a plan to actually drop the support plate of Sector 7 on the Sector 7 slums. Okay, you guys all voted to have the correct answer, so we'll give you the correct answer. How do you think scum like me feels when they babble about the truth? There's 3 options. They've given up on life, they don't know what the hell is going on, or they're sure they'll win. Bingo! God, I hate that guy. By the way, I love this song. And I want that office. I've actually designed, back when I worked in architecture a bit, I actually designed an office basically built entirely on this office, President Shinra's office. It was very bright and it was all metal. I loved it. I love his desk too. Smoothly, very smoothly. I assigned the tax to this. President, are we really going through with this? To simply destroy a group with only a few members? What's the problem, Reeve? You want out? No, but as head of Urban Development Department, yeah, okay, so this is a line that some people have misunderstood. Heidegger says, Reeve, you should flush out those personal problems in the morning. In other words, his Reeve actually caring about human life is something that should be flushed down the toilet along with the rest of the, you know. And that's Heidegger's personality in a nutshell. Human value in lives? Puh. Irrelevant. Heidegger is, without question, evil. And of course, Heidegger is, in fact, in charge of Square Enix in real life. So, how many people, admit it, how many people didn't see that cigar that President Shinra has in his mouth? I'm sorry, Fitzcott. See, it's right there. Kind of off to his side there. See you around, Desirex. Hey, look, the sewers, because every RPG needs a sewer level. Alright, hang on. There we go. By the way, the game tracks an astonishing amount of stuff for determining who you date, including, just to name one example, who you talk to first in this scene. Boss fight! Counter, counter! Yeah, yes, even Earthbound has one. Earthbound's is actually pretty brutal. Especially because you have to slog through the sewer in Earthbound. Fitzcott, it is very likely I'll date Eris because I'm not actually bothering. It's because Eris is in the back row. Or front row, whatever. Okay, now to do this at 20 frames per second. I'm probably going to screw this up. But yeah, you have to do things pretty specifically to get Barrett. Oh god, yeah, that's hard to see. There, got it. But yeah, I'm probably going to get Eris, because I'm not really trying to do for anything. And Eris is pretty much the default one. You kind of have to try to get Tifa. And, Barrett. So, of course, everyone knows about Barrett. How many people knows you can actually date Yuffie as well? Ow. Fortunately, just in time for that. Yes, by the way, magic can miss in this game. That's actually kind of a bug. It shouldn't be able to, but yeah. Yes it does, Joven. Screw it. Just attack. Attack, attack, attack! I've dated all 4. In all honesty, the cutscenes for both Yuffie and... Well, okay, the cutscene for Barrett is kind of not as funny as it probably should have been. The cutscene for Yuffie is kind of sad, really. And really speaks to her character. Like, I don't mean sad as in pathetic, I mean sad as in sad. Tifa's and Eris's are both pretty similar, but Eris's and both of them are very significantly relevant to the character development of the game, of both characters. There we go. I thought Yuffie was 18. I could be wrong, I don't know. Or 16? Frick, I don't know. I don't know the ages of the guys in this game nearly as well. I'd have to look up how old Yuffie is. Like I said, I don't know their ages perfectly well. I know Vincent's age is wrong, because, you know, he's actually much older than that. I'm not sure if it's Scott, to be honest with you. There's several ways to mess up the play. My personal favorite is to mess it up so that you actually end up kissing the dragon, and then the dragon turns out to have been a beautiful princess all along. And then you just kind of all leave, and then Eris is left on the stage like, hey, wait a second. Alright, two very important things to do here, because you actually cannot ever come back to this screen, ever, 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 no, really, ever. I'm not kidding, okay, guys? A Gundam, okay, hang on, let me look it up, because I think I've already screwed up dating Eris. Or dating Yuffie, rather. Hang on, let me pull up the mechanics page. There's a whole page that does this. Okay, so basically there are certain codes that you want to have at a certain value in order to get to this. In order to get Yuffie, you have to be at a 10. Which, well, okay, it's kind of confusing, but basically we're going to just scroll down here. By the way, there's another dating mechanism in FF10, for anybody who's curious, and I usually make it so that it's Lulu, because it's most amusing to me. By the way, Yuffie actually kisses you if you get her. She's the only one who does, too. Good to me. Alright, hang on. Okay, so... Damn, so I've literally already screwed up in more ways than one. Not sure it's possible. We'll do a I don't know. And then Tifa, I'm counting on you. Kinda hard. Sorry, I'm kind of taking notes of stuff I'm going to have to do. There's a lot of stuff I have to do. Because the thing is, there's only a few things you can actually do to increase Yuffie's values, and, well, let's just say it's very unlikely. By the way, the cheap and... Okay, there is a cheap and easy way to get Yuffie. I actually just remembered that, having looked at that. So, the cheap and easy way to get Yuffie is to recruit her, you know, do the whole scene, and then get into encounter, and then get every answer right, each of which gives you a +2 to her value, and then get the last answer wrong, which doesn't lower your value, it just makes it so that you lose 700 gil, and then you have to go and frickin' find, you know, you have to go encounter her again, which is an irritant all on its own right. That's pretty much the easy way to get Eris. So that sounds irritating. I don't even get that. Hey, Case now. See you around, Bio. I don't know where you're going, but see ya. So how many people do the slot wheels based off of sound? I'm just curious. I have no idea what it is here. I'm a little older than that. What did I do, Liberated? What'd I do, man? I don't close my eyes because I'm not that good, but I pretty much I have a lot better success at doing it with my ears. But yeah, if you listen to the slot magic, it goes and it's very static. It's very repetitious. If you always do you'll almost always get yeah on the first one, and then the pattern is totally different on every other one. But you get the point. Yeah, by the way, slots are kind of an irritating limit break. It's a shame because they look really cool when you get them all off. The strongest party member in lore other than Cloud, even ignoring Dirge of Cerberus, is probably Vincent. Ah, got you, Liberated. I was wondering what the hell you were talking about. Favorite song in FF7? Well, Rondo. You want to take a guess before I just tell you? Because there's quite a few really good songs in here, but there's two that just leap to mind immediately when I think of my favorites. I actually prefer Tifa as a character, but that's because she has the most character growth. Oh, by the way, always get the steel materia here. You can get a steel materia later, way later, but steel is really nice, and we'll be using it in a bit here, which is why we're going to go ahead and equip it right now. Hey, Goleth, my FF6 video should be on Twitch. I don't actually like Vincent's limit breaks at all, but then again, I also don't like Kate Sith's. Vincent is in his 60s, I do believe. Someone actually did the math at one point to figure out how old he is, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. It's pretty damn old. Whatever his age is that's listed is actually his frozen age. He's been around for about 30-something years before that, so... Everyone's guessing One-Winged Angel, which amuses me. But it is not One-Winged Angel, admittedly. And Vincent is a bit of an Auron. In fact, in many ways, Vincent was a bit of a prototype character for Auron. Yeah, audio. I don't even know why I look. Nobody's guessed either of the songs. Oh, Samurai just guessed one of them. My actual favorite song in the game is Judgment Day, the last dungeon song. My second favorite is Genova Absolute, which plays when you fight the very last Genova. I don't even remember what her name is in the Planet Core. Welcome to the graveyard of trains, which is kind of weird when you think about it. Okay, so apparently Vincent is 57. Thank you, Renegade. I knew he was approaching his 60s. And I was right. Damn it, Samurai. Stop having a good memory. So, some people have asked me, why is there a train graveyard? This is another one of those things that was done on purpose to kind of emphasize the nature of the setting. The point of the... Oh, point of my bad neck. The point of this section is to emphasize that the lower realm, the slums, for lack of a better term, have decayed so much and so badly that... Hang on. That... Even these things... Now, keep in mind, trains... And this is really important to keep in mind. Trains are not cheap to make, to run, to function, anything. And yet, trains are so misused and so underappreciated. Whoops. That they actually allow these to just go to waste, and there's only like 1 or 2 trains that still run because no one would bother anymore. Okay, no, I don't actually care about you, so we're gonna run. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Well, no. We'll wait until it happens, then we'll talk about it. There we go. Yeah, this area does kind of have a Fallout feel to it, doesn't it? In a good way, though. The ghosts? Well, that's obvious, if you think about it. Not all the enemies in FF7 make sense. Crazy house. But, a lot of them do. Although, in fairness, it has been argued, and I mean this literally, that the, yeah, I'm gonna go and get Eris's weapon. I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna spend too long here. It has been argued that the reason for the really whacked out enemies, like the goat house and stuff, is actually those are creatures that were experimented on by Hojo and deliberately released into the lower levels of Midgar because science! Or if I would... I can't actually do a good Hojo voice. The voice actor who did him in Dirge of Cerberus did a great job. But yeah, it was basically Hojo! There we go, there's my Hojo voice. If I ever do any voice acting for Hojo, it'll sound like that, guys. Hope you're okay with that. Hojo! Science! There we go, that's pretty good. This is actually a really good place to do some grinding if you haven't done so yet. Admittedly, I haven't. I don't plan on it. But yeah, the problem is there's an encounter that's the rarest type of encounter here, and then you have to spend forever stealing from the bastard. So we're going to make an attempt at getting Eris's weapon here, but we're not going to really go for it. We are definitely going to go ahead and try and get Cloud's weapon in the Shinra Tower, though. There we go. Dr. Insano. I don't think I could do a good Dr. Insano. So these trains are actually rendered in 3D, and it's really obvious even here on the PlayStation, but this is really obvious on the PC. Rory, look up Hojo in Dirge of Cerberus sometime, and you'll see what his voice actor's like. He actually does a really good job of it. And yes, Ethereal, that is exactly the one. I'd say I'm amazed you remember that, but I know a lot of people who don't even know this game that well, who know exactly about the Hard Edge, because it's just such a great weapon, and you can't even get it until 3 or 4 towns later. I forget how far it is, but yeah. It's quite a while. See you around, Wizrobe. Have a good one. Krang. I'll take that as a compliment. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. And Hojo really needs to work on his tan. Another question I've been asked, and I'll mention this again when we get there. Why does Hojo have women with him on the beach? The answer is money. I'll let you think about that. Alright, here we are. End of the graveyard. Haven't even encountered it once, which is totally normal. You have a 1 in 16 chance to even get this encounter. And, then it's his, well, let's just say you have a really low chance to steal it and leave it at that. Professor Hojo is the villain of the game, Extanal. He is the one who is basically the problem from, who started everything. And I kind of mean that literally. He literally is the source of so many of the problems. Yeah, what Jesus, or Jesus Christ, whatever you want to say him there, says is correct. Sometimes if you're doing a challenge run, you kind of want to skip out on the hard edge, because that just makes Cloud way stronger for that series. I'm going to do it to lower level of grinding, but, you know, whatever. But yeah, we'll go and kill these, because it occurs to me that, you know, I might as well. Nope, it's Hojo. I haven't talked about Eris or her significance yet, nor the fact that it's not actually that significant yet, but we'll talk about that later. There we go. Yeah, Professor Gast isn't a good guy. Let's make that clear. He's got his own problems. See you around, Joven, even though you won't hear this, because you suck. Or rather, Twitch sucks. That's right, it's on the boat. Yeah, Hojo is in many ways kind of the Professor Gestalt of... Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, he's kind of the Gestalt of FF7. Save points have been explained in some of the games. Why would I know this? Oh, hey, we already got Cross Slash. It actually took me a little longer than usual. Who's more evil, Hojo or Gestalt? Gestalt. Hojo is evil and also demented, twisted, and has a massive inferiority complex. And I do mean massive. Gestalt is evil, 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 and also, occasionally, evil. Yeah, I agree, Rondo. Alright, we're going to do basically 5 more attempts to get this guy to show up. I just remembered I need to hit these with spells, because then they're just going to vanish. Yeah, I'm sorry, X-Death is actually more evil than... Why did I just have a Titanfall ad? Whatever. Okay, not what I expected. Emperor Hojo. Yeah. By the way, I hate to say this, but am I the only one who doesn't really understand the hype behind Titanfall? Not that I'm saying it's a bad game, I just don't get why people have been talking so excitedly about it. I'm just curious. I like genuine curious. I'm not trying to troll or anything like that. But to me, it just looks like an FPS that also involves, you know, mechas. Which is interesting, but I don't get why everyone's like, oh my god, it's the best thing ever. Yeah, I'm obviously just missing something, because I'm stupid. Hang on. Fortunately, this is one of those games where ethers are actually kind of plentiful, which is good, because, you kind of lean on magic a lot in this game, especially if you're playing it casually or for your first time. Now, that is true, Fitscott. There hasn't been a good MechWarrior game since MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries, which I still have installed and still play on occasion. Because MechWarrior, damn it. So, Cross Slash or Braver? Keep this in mind, Braver is almost always more powerful. Alright, Bowman, here's how it works. There was this game once upon a time called Warcraft 3. And it came up with this idea that it didn't actually come up with, because it actually came out in StarCraft, where it was called Eons of Strife or Mercs and Techs, respectively. The idea was really popular because the idea was you had 2 very intelligent AIs who were perfectly evenly matched, and you were the only thing that could destabilize them. And so you were like the mercenary who was being hired by one side or another, and then the two Super Doom AIs would go at each other, and you would try to tip the scales in one way or the other. And that became made into a game in Warcraft 3 called Defense of the Ancients. Then, well... Then everyone just kind of started focusing on the, how do I call it? Team deathmatch aspect of it, rather than the mercenary in an army aspect of it. And that's why we have MOBAs now, and why that's a genre now. Any questions? Okay, one more enemy after this one. I'm just running. These aren't worth my MP. So who's Frank Underwood? Yeah, Frank, Cross Slash can paralyze, but basically, especially against bosses, you generally want to do Braver, because it'll do not much, but a little bit more damage. Alright, this is the last one. I give up on trying to get Eris's weapon. Titanfall will not be broadcast at this time. Ah! Wow. How many people are streaming Titanfall right now? I'm just curious. Gotcha. So, let's go ahead and start talking about what's about to happen. One of the things that is the most misunderstood scene in this entire game is the collapsing of the pillar plate. Why do something so incredibly over the top? Why do something so obviously and ridiculously evil just to take out a small group of people? As I mentioned before, Avalanche is not the real Avalanche. They're just the idiot Avalanche. The real Avalanche was a scarily evil, screwed up, well-funded, well-armed, well-motivated terrorist group that caused untold amounts of damage and death. And, well, let's make this clear. I do not condone what President Shinra did. It makes it make a lot more sense what he does, given the fact that he was terrified of this new Avalanche. He wanted to squash it like a bug, so he came back after this new Avalanche. He found out where they were, Sector 7, and as soon as that bombing went off, he pretty much turned around and said, "Nope, we're not messing around this time," and collapsed the entire sector plate as a desperation measure in order to go as the absolute furthest extent he could. Again, not saying he did the correct thing, but it is a lot more understandable rather than just, ha ha, I'm evil, when you think about it from that perspective. It also makes it make a little bit more sense of the scene where he's actually looking out the window at them as the opera music plays, because it is a scene that has two different meanings to it. One is, you know, the obvious, the villain looking down at his horrible handiwork while standing up above, untouched by it. But the other is the realization of what he's done and the quote-unquote relief from having done so. Hang on, we're going to save because we got a little bit of a boss fight here. Because, actually, I already explained that, Coulson, but basically Barrett's an idiot. Barrett heard about a group that was fighting Avalanche, or I'm sorry, Barrett heard about a group that was fighting the Shinra, and that they had something to do with you know, because they had this whole propaganda campaign, because what Avalanche was all about, we're just going to ignore them. What Avalanche was all about was killing everyone to return them to the planet, because they felt the planet would be better off without it. But underneath, you know, the propaganda was more like, you know, the planet is good, the life stream, we learned all these things about the life stream, and we need to take care of the planet and all that fun stuff. Oh, I absolutely do think they were abandoned, very much so. So, you know, Barrett hears this vague... Okay, this isn't worth my time. Here's these vague rumors and stories about this group called Avalanche, which was fighting for the planet, and how they'd kind of been, you know, doing their whole thing. So Barrett got together with Biggs and Wedge, or not Biggs and Wedge, yeah, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, and said, we're going to make our own Avalanche chapter, and we're going to go and we're going to do all this horribly wonderful stuff. 30 Titanfall streams. Wow. Have fun with the banned accounts, guys. And that is correct. You have to assume FF7 is aggregate as a compilation, which I am and will be doing for the duration of this marathon, of course. I suppose I could kill these guys. How would they have known, Paradidor? Especially given the fact that so many of the Turks didn't survive the original encounters with the Avalanche. Some of them did, of course, including Elena's sister. Or Elena, I believe, is actually how it's supposed to be pronounced. But, yeah. By the way, I just want to point out the scaling of FF7, to talk about one thing that this game did very well. The game is considered one of the easiest Final Fantasies, but it really is significant because that kind of speaks for how well designed it is. Hang on just a second. Because a difficulty curve should basically be like this. And the best way to do that is to even it out so your damage, and enemy MP, and your HP, and your general capacity should basically all be along this curve, right? And so, even though we're level 10 at this point, we're doing way less damage than we were in FF6 or in FF4, and the enemies are doing way less damage to us. But it's all scaled properly in terms of percentage. So, very, very, very well-designed game when it comes to balance and proper difficulty curve. So, props to that. Am I out of potions? I am out of potions. Hey, Barrett. Ah, god dang it. So, Extanol asks, how good of a villain is Grand Admiral Thrawn? Thrawn is probably one of my favorite villains of all time, and that's really all I feel like I have to say about that. Now, Liberated points out one problem. FF7 is probably one of the earlier FFs, for several people, myself included, that you really just kind of get completely carried away with leveling in, and it's partially because of how relatively easy it is, because of the difficulty encounter, and it's also partially because of the fact that, I don't know about you guys, but leveling in this game was just fun, so I never actually had a problem doing it. Yeah, we'll save that for the boss. By the way, unlike a certain FF9, which is probably my single greatest disagreement and dislike with FF9, you can actually store limit breaks in this game. This is also kind of where limit breaks came from. Granted, limit breaks literally came from Final Fantasy VI. They were called desperation attacks back then. But limit breaks as an actual functional mechanic first really started in FF7, and would be present in many of the FFs from this point on, at the very least up until 12. The most genuinely difficult? That's easy, Rondo. 2, without question or hesitation. FF2 was nuts. Cashel, I strongly recommend finishing the trilogy before you go to the duology. Just my opinion. Now, you can go in and equip here, which we're going to go ahead and do, just to make sure that he's set up, which he is not, because I suck. Do I have any? So someone asked, who's going to be my materia slave? Probably Eris. My intended party at the moment is actually Eris and Tifa. That's usually my party, actually. You got it, Liberated. I will show every single one of them. I've been doing that since FF3, anyways. Uh-oh. Neo Bahamut isn't that bad, really. I might not actually get Bahamut 0 because... No, I'll get Bahamut 0. Never mind. I was thinking of something else. Good. Yeah, screw it. Let's just hit him. Now, the main reason I keep that party for anybody who's curing is, first of all, it's basically my favorite characters, and I can't switch out Cloud. And second of all, because, that's really the only reason. Ah, there we go. So, hands up, how many people didn't actually understand the pyramids thing in this fight? I'm just curious. Especially since it only comes up in, like, one other boss in the entire game. Cashel, I would recommend reading just those ones. There's a lot of stuff that happens in between, but you don't need to know it. Just my opinion, though. I've read it all, of course, but there is a lot of stuff in between the trilogy and the duology. Hey, look, it's Axel. A lot of people make fun of the fact that Axel was Reno's nobody because they have the same voice actor, they were designed by the same guy, and they have the same general aesthetic in their design. Seriously. The two were very, very similar. Then again, Axel received a lot more characterization. Like, a lot. And there goes Reno. Bye, Reno. And here's Zhang, in probably one of the most controversial scenes in the game for him, because he does something that most people have bent over backwards trying to explain, but the harsh reality of it is he allowed Eris to come onto the helicopter, or rather, Eris came willingly. That's kind of something that is important to note. Eris came willingly, but a lot of this dialogue is just completely wrong, by the way. And even contradicts itself, but whatever. That right there. Yeah, I know, Sledge D. I like this music too. Favorite disc on FF7? Probably 2, in all honesty. Well, no, I think, yeah, geez, I don't know. I'm gonna give it to 1. I don't know how to pronounce it. I've been calling him Zhang forever. Don't they actually say Zhang in Advent Children? So, this is kind of an interesting situation. They give you control here specifically because you can't do anything. To emphasize your helplessness, because you've literally got seconds before it's game over here. And now I'm going to be quiet for this scene. God. I've already explained that scene, but... ugh. This was another thing they had to do thematically. They really, really had to have this start off right off the bat to really emphasize the scale and the scope. They wanted the player to understand the full extent of the threat right from the beginning. In FF6, you don't understand the threat until after the floating continent. In FF6, you don't really see how big the stakes have gotten until then. In FF4, you don't understand how big the stakes have gotten until you go to the moon. In FF7, they wanted to do things different. So they have an entire town be destroyed within the first several hours of the game. And I do mean destroyed. Unlike some things in FF9 or FF4, there are no survivors of that incident. None. And what's really horrible is they even did a lot of research to actually make sure that they got the physics of it right. I don't know if you guys saw, but the plate and the way it fell, and it kind of slid to one side, and then it scraped down, and then it just kind of did this, and then it just kind of fell like this. That's pretty much exactly how it would happen. They wanted it to seem as realistic as it could. And god damn, they succeeded. And yes, by the way, in case you're wondering, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse are dead. And they're not coming back. This is kind of an important scene that's significant for Barrett's character development too. because Barrett starts to really just he completely and utterly loses it. Literally starts shooting at the thing because of how emotionally distraught he is. And then when he finally starts talking out loud about how terribly horrible this is, he's crushed. This is his fault. He made this happen. He pushed the Shinra into this, and he knows it. And when Tifa calls him out on it, he immediately contradicts it. No, it's not my fault. It's Shinra's fault. It's all Shinra's fault. It's always been Shinra's fault. And he redirects all of that right back to the Shinra. And that's pretty much the beginning arc of Barrett, where Barrett's character arc is going. Yeah, no Disney death this time. It's been said that it could be more interesting if they actually allowed Marlene to die in the Section 2. But believe it or not, it was not the fact that Marlene was a child, which is why they saved her. It's because they wanted to use her for a later scene. Yes, they do, Mean Panda. Come on, cutscene. So this is the first time the Cetra have been or the Ancients, excuse me, have been mentioned to Cloud since the incident at the train station. And so that's why Genova Cloud uses this moment to go ahead and basically return, how do I put this? Turn on the homing beacon again. I think that's a good way to do that, to mention that. First we gotta do something. We need to get that. Sense Materia, which is actually totally worthless, but we're still going to level it because it's Materia. You don't understand, guys, it's Materia. I have to level it. I have to level all the Materia. I'm one of those guys who always used to get, like, the 4 slots armor and stuff like that, just so I could have as much Materia on as possible. I'm sorry, I went Materia baddie in this game. I always do. I love this game, but the Materia system is just half of the enjoyment of playing this game for me. I'm curious how many of the rest of you feel the same way as I do for that. You know what, I'm kind of tired of this, and I got a fresh battery. One thing I do like about playing on the PS3... Yeah, quite a few people just died. Those on top, and those below. So, one of the things that's kind of funny... And again, makes sense when you consider the 2 avalanche thing. How many of you out there were like, well, wait a minute, how are they going to get away with blaming the destruction of an entire plate and blaming that on the avalanche? That doesn't make any sense. And in my mind, it just was one of those things that didn't really compute. I couldn't really get it. It was just, no. It makes more sense when you consider that they can say that Avalanche did it, aka the Avalanche that everyone knew about, that was the horrible organization from before. And that's why everyone believes it was Avalanche that did it. Thank you. That's what you get if you don't steal the Gill as a Turbo Ether. I actually kind of already answered that, Torn, but it basically has to do with the fact that their characterization changed as they were writing the story, and they never actually bothered to change it back. So I'm sure some of you were waiting for this song. I'm not going to be using the W item glitch, especially since you can't even get W item until way into the game. But I tend to like using 2x cut. I also like slash all. It's one of my old favorites. Sorry, I just got a new patron. There we go. Of course there's Significance Bandit. It's the fact that it's his frickin' arm. Seriously, that was the thinking. Yeah, by the way, one of the other things I liked in Advent Children Complete was the additions of Zack. We are his living legacy, after all. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and explain some of what's happening during this scene. There was a war that happened previous to this. Now, I know that's a very common theme in FF, but again, they wanted to go with a different theme. They wanted it to be more down to earth. So instead of a war of the ancients, or war between powerful cosmic forces, it was just a war between two nations. The nation of Wutai and the, well, nation of the Shinra. I have no idea, Anthony Watkins. Most of my stuff was actually written from back in the day. So during that war, a lot of people... This is actually when Shinra basically shifted over... shifted heavily towards weapon production and that kind of a thing. So... yeah. Now, the... how do I put this? I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this. The war really didn't go all that well. Shinra just kind of curb-stomped them, but it was mainly because of certain things like Soldier. That is why they ended up winning the war. And if you're paying attention, you'll understand that Wutai and Shinra were at war for years for it to get to that point. And I do mean in the point where it could almost be considered decades for how long they have been fighting. Shinra won in the end. And that's why Shinra basically rules the world at this point. But... let's just say a lot of people died in those days. And so Eris's mother, aka her adopted mother, had been waiting one day by the trains for her husband to come by when she actually happened across Iflana and Eris, who had literally just gotten there from as they were fleeing, well, from you-know-who. And yeah. And then Eris got in... basically, this woman, I can't even remember her name, took up Eris... Elmira, thank you. Elmira took Eris in as her own daughter. And the two were raised for a while, but Eris, of course, being what she is... hang on, we gotta go talk to Marlene really quick. Kind of stayed connected to the ebb and flow of what was happening in the world, and that's one of the reasons why she knew when Elmira's actual husband died. Yeah, Wutai. Population, nobody. Alright, we're out. Now, what's funny is Cloud basically has the call in him right now, as of this point in time. Maybe External? Depends on if anyone requests it, after I start taking requests again. Anyways, where the hell was I going with that? I'm sorry, my thought process is gone. I forgot it. Oh, so, I'm sorry, Cloud actually does have the call in him right now. He has the summon, you know, the homing beacon turn on, however you want to phrase that. It's active as of this moment. And I have no tents. Do I have some money? Yeah, I have some money. I need to go buy some tents. And so, while he has this whole thing going on, he believes... the best way I could put this is Cloud believes that he's going after Eris to help her, to save her, to rescue her. But that's not actually what he's doing. And that's all I'm going to say for that for now. Now, real Cloud probably cares about that. But fake Cloud definitely doesn't, and other fake Cloud really doesn't. Sorry, I just realized I need to go buy some stuff, which is right here, I believe. Yeah, a lot of this music... excuse me, a lot of the music in this game is really good, IMO. Wow, I am just super broke. Yeah, I agree, Eric. Ikrin. There's a... well, let's just say that certain sections of this game really shine with the background and the tapestry. So, yeah, we're coming up on something relatively soon. The question is, do I take the stairs, or do I go in the front? And I'm sure those of you who play this game know exactly what I mean by that. Yes, I do Etheru, at least at, for the first half of the game or so. Unlike Sora, Cloud gets fixed. Sora still isn't. To this day, I might add. He is actually more broken after Dream Drop Distance than he was before. But I don't want to spoil anything about that. By the way, don't do a poll. I'm kind of kidding about the stairs versus tower joke, and I'll explain why when I get there. You'll see. Everyone knows the stairs are the funny option, though. I'll even voice act the stairs. Is it Ikrin? I didn't say nothing, External. Screw you. So anyways, this is basically the spot where I usually go ahead and stop and level. I'm not doing that this playthrough, because, you know, I'm playing on a live stream. But this highway area here is pretty much where I just sit and grind my first part in the game. I almost always max out everyone's level 1 limit breaks here. And I tend to finish up quite a bit of XP here. I'm usually several levels higher and I get several more gil. That would be interesting to hear her do Tifa. We're actually going to get a level while we're right here, because I'm really close to leveling. Wee blurred cloud. Any day now. Yes, I have Tylenol Walrus. I love the name. Ah, here's my favorite encounter. You can really get your limits up on these guys. So my thoughts on Kingdom Hearts 1.5 are a lot more positive now that Kingdom Hearts 2.5 is coming out. I was really unkindly disposed toward it because 1.5 doesn't really add much to the game other than the fact that you can play it on one system, which is nice. But I was really pissed off if they didn't do the same thing with Kingdom Hearts 2, because Kingdom Hearts 2's Final Mix is the one that has tons and tons of extra stuff, both in gameplay and in the story. There we go. Like I said, didn't take me long. Aeris is not particularly feminine, although frankly, Tifa isn't either. I could discuss Tifa's physical aesthetic design, but I know people are like, oh my god, and don't actually want to have a genuine discussion about it. Suffice it to say, her design makes sense if you consider that she is an extremely well-built monk, who is probably one of the best martial artists in the world. Yeah, screw it, we'll just do it. Ah. Nope, not here, not here. This one. Bum, bum. So how many of you have actually gotten to this point? I didn't have 100 gil because you just bought a bunch of stuff. Anyone? Okay. Speaking of which... yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab all these. So some people have asked me, how does the materia system work? To which I say, but no, seriously, it's actually really simple when you think about it. Those are linked materia slots. I don't actually have an example right now, but a linked materia slot means anything that, if the one materia can interact with the other materia, they do. Otherwise, they don't. That's really all it comes down to, but that means there's a lot of combos you can do in FF7 with materia. For example, there's a whole type of materia, blue materia, which is, I forget the proper term for it, but I always call it junction materia. Because, for example, you can have added cut. I could have added cut next to restore. Oh, well, that'd be silly, but added cut next to restore. So every time I cast a spell that's on that I learned from restore material, I will also attack the enemy. That kind of stuff. And honestly, that's a really, really, really simple explanation, but there's so much stuff you can do with it that it's kind of over the top. Speaking of which, we're actually going to do one thing really quick before we start the Shinra Tower. How many people know that Quadra Magic is actually broken, as in glitched in a bad way, if you use it with MP Absorb, I believe? Nope, the magic defense bug is still broken. We'll go ahead and talk about that. So, there is a bug in this game where magic defense doesn't matter! Seriously, I'm not even kidding. Here, watch. That number right there, his magic defense of 25, hers of 20, his of 20, doesn't exist. For all intents and purposes, not even there. It's completely inconsequential. There's another bug. It has to do with the darkness effect. See, it's kind of funny. You can put darkness, aka blind, on enemies, and it'll affect them, and it'll be useful, except it won't, because, see, darkness only specifically affects enemies if they use the attack command, or the fight command, or whatever you want to call it. No enemy in the game uses the fight command, so all their physical attacks hit just fine, because blind doesn't affect those. Another little glitch there. I'm loving how many trolls I'm getting today. This is great. Kind of knew I would, because, you know, FF5, or FF7. Yeah, darkness has been bugged in a lot of things. So the name of this song is The Golden Shiny Wire of Hope. There's no deep significance to that. It's just Barrett not knowing how to explain his feelings or his thoughts. No mercy. Boil. Avalanche. So let's talk about the drawn backgrounds. Now I want you guys to pay attention to the actual background, which is behind all the action going on here. And just kind of look at that picture back there and tell me what you think about it, as it's horrifying and terrifying in every way, shape, and form. Cashel, I'd say that's probably the third major theme of FF7. Oh, sorry, you are right. The spirit stat still affects it. It's just the magic defensive armor. My bad. Yeah, this place isn't really intuitive as far as where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, I could see it being very easy to get lost. Especially if you didn't know you needed the batteries. Now, alright, this is probably going to take me about, oh, I don't know, 30 tries. Seriously, I suck at this. And okay, 1. Oh, wow, second try. I think that's actually a record for me. I usually screw that up a lot. I even know the exact point at which to jump to, I just screw it up because I'm stupid. I'm just asking you to look at the destroyed Sector 7 plate, Rory. It's very well drawn, and it really gets across the full extent of just how bad things are over there. Well, I usually give you, one shot, but, one shot's all you get. I've actually had a lot of trolls pop in here and say stupid things, but, yeah, I usually don't actually mind until they say it more than once. Where's the other item? I swear there's another item here. Oh, well, doesn't matter that much. Oh, right, I have to go this way now. Silly me. Am I gonna do this again? There we go. Yeah, props to Bowman. I don't know if... I haven't actually had Twitch chat open, but I'm going to assume you've been doing an awesome job over there. And give you props regardless. Yeah, you hear that, Tull? You have no life. You aren't even a person. And then there's this awesome music. What's funny about this is, if I didn't know better, this has a lot of the makings of a last dungeon. The music, the layout, the length, difficulty, jump. Well, that's not really difficulty jump, it's just difficult. I've already answered what's different about Birth by Sleep. People in chat have answered what's different about Birth by Sleep. More bosses, more cutscenes, that's it. That's it. That's all I'm giving you. I'm not actually giving you spoilers because there's people who don't actually want spoilers. So, here's a fun fact. Hang on. I'm going to show you it here. So, this dialogue option, you could say, let's bust in, or let's sneak in quietly. Doesn't actually matter because you can actually then do whatever you want to, but what you say changes your relationship value with Tifa. So we're going to say this to lower our value with Tifa. Because we're going to go ahead and try to get on good with Yuffie, which is so not going to work, but we're going to try anyways. So, I told you guys I'd do voice acting. And I will. Oh, Junix, what are you talking about? Avalanche just destroyed the sector plate. No thanks about the emulator FF9 thing. I'm good playing it on my PS3 version. Besides, I actually really like the combat in FF9, personally. I know it's weird and all. Yo, you really gonna take these stairs all the way up? Well, we've got to help Eris somehow. God, talk about out of the way. I don't have time to argue with you. I'm going. Wait, don't go alone. Really, Cashel? Who was the person who told you not to sneak in quietly? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I already mentioned that, Rory. Don't know. Why the hell? We gotta climb. Because we don't want to start a commotion until we've saved Aerith. I doubt that's possible, though. Knock it off! You're giving me the creeps. God, doing this section perfectly is actually kind of hard. You can actually get ahead of them if you do this perfectly. Ooh, actually, okay. I'm not gonna do a back... Okay. So even you will fight for someone else. Had you figured wrong, I guess. Who cares what you figured? Just saying maybe I was wrong. What's that supposed to mean, Tifa? Trisha? Whatever. Awesome person. Ashley Riot. Someone tell me who Ashley Riot is. How much farther do these stairs go on? Why don't you ask them? It's not one of them endless stairways or something, you think? Of course not! Right. Couldn't be that. Are we there yet? Not yet. There yet? I said, not yet. Yo. Look, don't even ask. We're way far away from being there, okay? And there's the item, which is an elixir. Very useful, actually. That's your reward for doing the stairs, is an elixir, for anybody who's wondering. Damn, man. I've had it. I'm going back. And take just as long going down as you did come up. So, anyone who's wondering, I'll say it in a second. Come on, Adam, pull it together. Yeah, all I know is I'm just flesh and blood. Save for this arm of mine. Don't treat me like I'm some ex-member or soldier or something. What about me? I'm human too. Oh, do what you want. I'm gonna keep going. So, some people haven't understood this joke. Tifa doesn't want to go first because she's wearing a skirt. Really, that's it. That's the joke. So, for those of you who are wondering, how do you 100% this particular section? Well, the answer's obvious. You run up, get that elixir, and then run back down the stairs and go in the front door. Ew, what floor is this? I gave up counting. Why they gotta build these damn buildings so damn tall? I'm Shinra. Ugh, they're just no good. Well, that's interesting. It's unusual, too. Would you stop acting like a retard and climb? It's just a bit more. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if this is obvious, but the reason I keep screwing up is because I'm like, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah, okay. So, anyways, Ashley Riot, Vagrant Story versus Tifa Lockhart. Actually, I think that's a fairly fair comparison, all things considered. Especially since, as I mentioned before, other than 3 aspects, the fact that Tifa happens to be female is basically inconsequential to her character, which I get a lot of from Vagrant Story too. Man, Bowman, I haven't been an IRC Baron in forever. I don't know how to do that stuff anymore. Finally made it. Never want to see more stairs in my life. Garnet versus Yuna. Winner, everybody. Okay, we made it, guys. Yeah, we're here. We're on the Shinra Tower. Woo. Oh, sorry. Destroy the intruders. Don't kill them. Don't maim them. Don't disable them. Just destroy them. Damn it, Bowman. Actually, I have been right-clicking. Oh, never mind, I haven't. Hang on. There is no right-click option. There's a left-click option. Yeah, whatever. This doesn't matter. Maybe I was left-clicking. Whatever. I'd actually probably go ahead and have to give it to Garnet as well. But that's not that I don't dislike Yuna. I just think Garnet is a more interesting character, personally. It's so rare as well, I just feel like pointing out, that an character in an RPG really has such a traumatizing event happen to them during the RPG. Well, let me rephrase that differently. A lot of RPG characters have really traumatizing events that happen to them, but very few of them really show the gravitas of it. Several do, don't mistake me. Several in the FF series do. Cyan's a good example of that. Sorry, Kay. If it makes you feel any better, I did talk about it. Quite a bit, actually. Yuna's character is designed to be very specific for FF10, because we're seeing her from Tidus's perspective. Yeah, Garnet's is in gameplay, too. That's actually really awesome. Ikrin, I don't like to talk about that sort of thing with regards to myself. I usually avoid the topic. I do know someone personally who is actually on 5-HTP. That's my aunt, specifically. And according to her, it works wonders for her. Which things, Rory? Oh, you mean the soldiers who are in the armored suits? They're soldiers in armored suits. Here it is, the worst Shinra guard in the history of the game. In case you can't tell, he was actually falling asleep in his chair, literally. I don't know, Cashel. It's a joke. I kind of agree. I mean, if you're a martial artist, I don't think you would give a damn. Especially given how much legwork she does, but whatever. It's not like I'm looking. Of course, I'm one of those people who's never gotten into that particular fetish. Like, I genuinely don't understand it. Alright, hands up. How many people screwed this up a lot when they first did this? I'm just curious. By the way, this is very much Metal Gear Solid syndrome right here. Like, super so. This is just so Metal Gear Solid, it's not even funny. Keep up the good work, guys. I've actually screwed this up on the stream, too. If you screw it up, I believe 5 times in a row, something like that, you can just skip it. They're all dead. And then you get made fun of for screwing it up. Is it 8 times? I'm sorry. It's a lot. I know that. Okay, hang on. I should pay attention here. So, Tylenol Walrus, still love that name, asks, what's my favorite challenge in FF7 that isn't a speedrun? Which is a shame, because I actually really like speedrunning FF7. Yeah, okay, I thought I screwed that up. We're good, we're good. But that being said, I do actually have a favorite challenge of FF7. But you're going to make fun of me for it, because it's a really simple one. It's the solo character challenge. Beat the whole game with just Cloud. And ultimately, it's a lot of fun. And it's uniquely challenging. Some boss fights become a lot harder than they otherwise would be because you only have one person. By the way, this is another feature I really like about the Shima Tower. There's a lot of people literally just going about their business here. Just walking around. And this is how they talk about the... Yeah, I've always been a fan of solo character challenges. There was one in FF10, there was one in FF6. I actually did a lock solo character challenge for FF6. A lot of fun. So yeah, but I just love this. It's this nice kind of calming room. It's a little cafeteria area. It's got trees on the side. It's so jarring to see a place like this in what is effectively the central headquarters of such an evil corporation, you know? It's such a jarring thing. Remember what I talked about back in FF6 where they tried to flesh out the characters so that you knew the Empire wasn't all evil? They do a really good job of that in FF7 too, of fleshing out the everyday men. And it's not the fact that they're actually good. It's the fact that you're... How do I put this? It's the fact that they're normal, you know? These aren't people who are good guys who are like, oh, we hate working for a normal evil corporation. They're not people who are like, haha, we want to, you know, we work for an evil corporation. It's just normal, everyday people. And I know that sounds really dull and boring, but I really like that. Okay, I never remember the book. There's like one place you can look at, and you can just automatically know exactly what the answer is. Does anyone remember where the book is? Because there's one spot, and you can always look at it, and it always gives it away. Hang on, you know what? I can just look this up really quick. This won't even be... Give me just a second. Because I'd kind of like to get the best option here. This won't take me long. Because I was just looking this up earlier. But I didn't have the list up. Come on. There we go. There it is. Okay, that's not what I want. Nope. Nope. Where is it? Where's the one I need? God, I don't remember which book it is. There's like a thing where you can just look at one book and it will always instantly tell you what the answer is. I just don't remember which book it is. Oh, I think that's it right there. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it, guys. And if I'm wrong, then I suck. And yeah, the soldiers in Junon are just a great example of that. So for anybody asking what the hell I'm up with this is the mayor of Midgard, Domino. In other words, someone who's totally useless and literally just a mayor in name. But, he basically tells you to do this mini-game. Now, the significant thing is, it changes every time. It's randomized every single time you do it. So it can be any one of these things. Oh, wow. Apparently I was wrong. Whatever. I'm just gonna guess randomly then. Screw it. I'm gonna get no reward for this. Mako! God, I love the sound of that. Mako! I wish I had a lot more of it. Then I'd be a real mayor. And you get the key card, and nothing else, because I screwed that up, but whatever. You don't get anything useful for that. Middle shelf, green side. Well, what the hell? I must have screwed that up then. Oh, no, you're right. Reactor construction cart, which is Mako. Yep. Whatever. I screwed it up. Anyways. Sorry, guys. Now this room I know how to do a little bit better. If I can remember how to. Yeah, this is right. I freeze up for a second. Wait, is this the right order? Yeah, it is. Okay. I've had it not be Mako most of the time. In fact, I think that's one of the first times I've actually got it to be Mako. I screwed up the openings, I think, though. Or did I? Yeah, I did. Oh well, doesn't matter that much. I don't care about all three. Actually, I guess I could reset. What did I do wrong? Oh, that's what I did wrong. I just realized what I did wrong. Let's be fair, FF5 has only really had 2 proper releases anywhere outside of Japan. And that's counting the phone. They do, Tall. Now we're actually going to reset because I kind of want to get all 3 of these items. Okay, so I know it's this door first. Right? No, that can't be right. Maybe it's that door? Hang on. It is that door. Damn it, Arsh. Come on, wake up. Sorry, guys. I'm a little more out of it than I'd like to admit to. Yes. There we go. God, wake up, Arsh. You've done this how many times? Well, don't forget, Rory, he basically has nothing to do but watch after those things in the library, so... I mean, literally nothing to do. There's a reason Heidegger makes fun of him by saying he just sits in this room and stuffs his face, because he doesn't have a job. Hey, Undead Elvis. Nice to see you, as always. There we go. That is a good job if you think about it. I do not smoke, FM Gundam, nor do I drink. Nor do I drink coffee. I'm actually quit caffeine a while ago. Had to, health reasons. There we go. Yep, I wanted 4 slots, and I wanted my first all materia. Okay, speaking of which, Tifa, listen, I have a very important job for you. I need you to carry my materia, please. And, actually... Am I one of the... Okay, speaking of weirdness, I'm also one of those people who, in addition to getting all the materia, tries to have as much of it on as possible, so I'm constantly leveling as much of it as possible, even though I know it lowers my stats. Is that also just me? Just wondering. Dude. Not cool. Okay, so. Alright, let's do it, guys. Yeah, I gotta work out a bit. Nope, nope. Continue a bit longer. Shut up, Kay. I'm totally not going to put all my summons on a single character, and then I'm going to run out of room because I'm not going to level them fast enough. Yeah, I guess I could. Who do I trust to go ahead and op? Okay, actually, here's a better question. Who actually knows how to deal with trolls in chat? In IRC chat, specifically. Because it's a little bit different than on Twitch chat. The commands aren't simplified. There's been a few Zaverdes. I've only had to ban like 3 of them. Alright, we lost some weight, guys. We're good. We're good. Huh. Hey, look, guys. There's a vending machine. It's only 250 gil. Let's do it! Aw, the vending machine's broken. So I like little things, but FF7, FF9, and FF12 are really bad about this. There's some things in this game that come back way later in the game. For example, that will actually give me an item when I come back to this place. Probably about 30 or so hours from now. Similarly, that is a megaphone. Now, this is funny for 2 reasons. One, it makes perfect sense that it's still here because, you know, it would make perfect sense that he would keep his things for his thing here. It also implies that Cait Sith was already built by this point in time, which is something I kind of like the idea of. But the thing I like most about this is we don't pick it up because why would we pick up a megaphone? There's like no reason to do that. Whatever, we'll just leave that megaphone there. Let's go ahead and heal up really quick. Yes, that is Cait Sith's ultimate weapon right there. Which is just hilarious that we just leave it there. No, Bowman, that's okay. You were supposed to pronounce it Katshi. That is actually how you're supposed to pronounce Cait Sith. I'm going to keep calling it Cait Sith, like forever and ever. But, yeah, Katshi. Okay, so there's actually a glitch with this room that I'm not 100% sure how to pull off properly. Is it this one? Yep, there it is. So, these unlock in a specific order, right? Well... hang on, gotta kill some automated defenses. Nothing, Dexron, I'm only about to leave Midgar. There's a few I refuse to pronounce correctly. I actually kind of forced myself to say Titus. I still have trouble with Cecil. I also refuse to call it Ridley. Come on. Yeah, I love the design of Shinra Tower. Every floor has its own theme, has its own little mini-game, if you could even call it that, to do. All sorts of awesome stuff. I love the Shinra Tower. And this is pretty early in the game, too. And again, this is one of those things that's like a pseudo... oh, crap. I didn't... yeah, whatever. It's like a pseudo last dungeon, even though, of course, it isn't anywhere near a last dungeon. Yes, I ran up the floors, Caladrius. But yeah, I called him Titus for forever. Cecil, Rydia, Yang... trying to think of other ones that that are wrong. Dude. Okay, how does that person even know how to do that? Excuse me. It is Cecil. Cecil is how you're supposed to pronounce it. Cecil, Rydia, Yang. Okay, so let's see if I did the trick correctly. Yeah, I'm doing the right thing. Yep, I think I did. Yeah, I know, Undead Elvis. A lot of people want to see FF7 because it's a freaking awesome game that has flaws. It is a flawed game. We do have to at least acknowledge that. We can't just say, oh, it's the best game ever. It's one of the reasons I actually really wish this game would receive a proper remake. And I think about half the known world would like to see this game receive a proper remake. Yeah, so the bug I'm doing is if you always fill in the bottom mid-gear town, all of the places get unlocked, all of the chests get unlocked rather than doing it in a specific order. So if anyone is wondering. So, Undead Elvis, I remember you asking that question. Nah, it's okay, Samurai. I think I got it. I was mostly confused by that one actually using Gawa's name, because, you know... Because I just knocked over my water. That's why. Where the hell was I? Right, so, how much sentience does Jenova have left? Now that's the important question, because we do know Jenova has at least some degree of sentience when Jenova started. But then again, actually even that is debatable. God damn it. Do you have Cure? No, you have Cure. Hang on just a second. See, the thing is, it is debatable. Damn it. I screwed that up. It is debatable how much sentience Jenova ever had, and the reason why is what I like to call the Lavos effect, because Lavos didn't actually have sentience from what we understand. He was more working off of pretty much pure instinct. There was a degree of cunning there, but not actual sentience, not thought processing, right? So it is debatable that even Jenova originally wasn't sentient. She was just running off of her programming, for lack of a better way to put it. And she was just doing what she had always done as she roamed the stars and did her Lavos thing, like I just said. I'm just going to start calling her Lavos because she is Lavos. Or a Lavos, I should say. The connection is so direct, one-to-one, it's not even funny. But that being said, the question then is how much sentience does she have now, having been on this planet for much longer? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. This is insane. Whoops, wrong one, wrong one. There we go. Ah, these guys are just stupid today, aren't they? God damn it, I'm actually kind of losing my train of thought here. No, it's okay, I got him. I'm just confused, honestly. Why bother? I know I don't understand a lot of things about humanity, but I really don't get this. Alright, this room. Wait, see, that's the thing. That troll has to know something about me, because he's referenced Omni, Gawa, and Ruminations now. So what the hell? Whatever. He's just some idiot who's bored. What should we do? Should we flush? By the way, that was actually a really distorted attack sound, for anybody who's wondering. Which they also use for the lightning sound. So, I'm kind of thinking that, yeah, that troll, the Jenova really doesn't actually have any real sentience, all things considered. So Jenova is just working on instinct. That being said, the other question was, how much control does Sephiroth have? What is the relationship between Sephiroth and Jenova? It's funny you mentioned that, because that was literally the single most debated question as far as theory crafting and lore crafting in all of FF7 for years, until they finally came out and in the Ultimania and in the articles and actually said, okay, look, this is actually... Oh, sorry, I'm going to leave Palmer dancing there because I think that's important. Because that is exactly what... They came out and stated flat out that the actual situation was not that Jenova was the real enemy and Jenova was controlling Sephiroth, but Sephiroth was controlling Jenova the entire time. That the entire point... Shut up, Fax. That the entire point was that Sephiroth was actually unique, and that's one of the things I like about him as a character, which we'll talk about in a bit. But the long story short is, he was so powerful, so overwhelmingly himself, that he literally just took over and overwhelmed all of the Jenova. So from that point on, Jenova was fully working for him. All of the Jenova. And for any of you who've seen John Carpenter's The Thing, Genova in a lot of ways is like that. Except for the fact that in John Carpenter's The Thing, the things don't actually communicate with each other demonstrably. But Genova does. Yes, it was, Mean Panda. Never, Pax. Never. Never, ever, ever. Hey, look, it's Hojo. Okay, I said I'd voice act Hojo. Before I voice act Hojo, let's talk about Hojo. Hojo is what I like to call a poser. Now, I don't actually use that name, that insult, lightly. I usually use it when someone is deliberately trying to pretend that they are something or someone that they are not, doing it badly, and it's something that they shouldn't be doing to begin with. Hojo is a poser. He is someone who pretends, oh yes, I am such an intelligent, wise scientist and I know so many things about science, when in fact he's an idiot. He's an idiot, he's short-sighted, he's a retard. Hojo is in fact pathetic, for all intents and purposes. The only reason he has had so much influence on so many things is because of circumstances. Literally. If it wasn't for circumstances and the fact that he was willing to do horrible things to get his way, Hojo would have been just a little idiot boy nothing who probably would have died when he was 12. Anyways, voice acting. As a specimen, she is inferior to her mother. I'm still in the process of comparing her to her mother, Ithlana, but for now, the difference is 18%. The research will probably take 120 years. It's probably impossible to finish in our lifetime, or in the lifetime of the specimen too, for that matter. That's why we're thinking of breeding her. Then we could create one that could withstand our research for a long time. Yes, that's what I need to plan. The mother is strong, and yet has her weakness, which actually is a line that makes no sense. The point is that he's trying to emphasize the fact that he knows what happens to Eros' mother, and of course we do because we played this game before. Hey look, it's Scarlet. So, there's one feature about Scarlet that wasn't really actually mentioned in all of FF7 proper in this translation. And that's the fact that Scarlet is a slut. I'm sorry, there's no better way to say it. The reason Scarlet is in power is she slept her way to victory. The reason Heidegger was in power was because... hang on. This script doesn't seem to be working very well, I gotta be honest with you. Bamf. The reason... where was I? The reason that... Heidegger was in power was because he had money. The reason that Hojo was in power was because of circumstance. The reason Palmer is in power, now that's an interesting thing. We'll talk about Palmer in a minute. And by in a minute I mean like 10 hours. Heidegger slept his way to victory. Scarlet, it's mostly talked about in the actual original translation, Zephyr, but it's also mentioned in the secondary things. Scarlet had a thing going on with Shinra, with Rufus, with Reeve. Well, he tried to with Reeve, but it didn't work out because Reeve said no, basically. And I think that's it, really. Yeah, we'll go into this. Hey, Zed. Heidegger. Palmer won an eating contest. Tra-la-la. Yes, Scarlet took... Oh, so I love this because this is actually a character development, believe it or not. This whole area has this really strict, hardcore security system. You can't even walk through a door unless you have the key card for that floor on your person. So Hojo just walks through and leaves the door open. So incredibly significantly, that is just so Hojo. And by the way, Palmer slept his way to victory. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But yes, Oceanix, that is the truth. So I'm actually not going to look at this because this grosses me out every time. But I'm sorry, there's no way to get away from it. Because I have to do this in order to advance the plot. There's one of the peons. And there's Nanaki, aka whatever we'll rename him. What are we renaming him? My precious specimen. Okay, I don't need this anymore. Hey, Nico. Word up, yo. Wait, no, I did need that page. What? We're naming him... Ah, yes. We kind of had to squish that name to make it fit. But, yeah. Damn it, Zed. The whole company didn't do that. So, this is hard to explain properly. But the problem here is that, well, some people have been confused about this whole situation, and the best way I can explain it is that do not think of Jenova as an individual person. Do not think of Jenova as one entity. Jenova is a combination of cells that have a degree of connection to each other, so that even if you have Jenova here and here and here and here and here all across the world, every single one of them will actually be in communication and coordination with each other. That's one of the reasons Sephiroth was actually so powerful after you-know-what happened, was because he had access to he had access and control over all the pieces of Jenova across the world, which were many, thanks to Hojo being an idiot and also pathetic. So this is not Jenova herself, because there's no her, there's no gender. This is just a piece of Jenova. So keep that in mind. And now I'm not going to look. Not looking. Not looking. It's gross. Smashing A, so I can get over with the quick as possible. There we go. Okay, we're good. Now, this scene also makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Why does Cloud wig out being in such close proximity to another piece of Jenova? Well, I kind of already gave it away when I said another piece of Jenova. In other words, the Jenova Cloud is interacting with the Jenova remnant there. Hey, Nanaki. Or should I say Autumn Razor? I don't even know if you're in the chat right now, Autumn Razor, but... yeah. Oh, come on, really? Oh, wait, I actually have to fight here, don't I? Is it this floor or is it the next one? By the way, something about this enemy amuses me, because it looks like a cartoon, but it actually makes sense when you think about it. Jenova was not a Cetra. Jenova was definitely something else. And that something else was Lavos. Dramatic pause. Yeah, so is this the floor where I can actually encounter the soldiers? I think this is the floor. I do actually want to go ahead and get... hard edge this time, so I don't have to level quite as much. Okay, this floor. I thought so. I have, on some occasions, I kind of forget it because I think it's like the next floor up or something, but yeah. It's pretty much right here is where I usually do this. Yeah, basically, Real Highs. A very, very small-scale reunion. Also, you notice Cloud... well, okay, you won't notice because this isn't in Japanese, but Cloud will actually start acting differently from this point in time. See, as I've talked about a few thousand times... the different... in Japanese, you can actually have written language show a different tonality to it. You know, written like an old man would speak, written like a young girl would speak, that kind of a thing. You know, all that sort of thing is how Japanese written language works. Yes, I can get carbon bangles from these guys. Come on, give me luck. Give me luck. Give me luck. Better luck than that. Anyways, where the hell was what the hell was I talking about? Ah, so Cloud, every time a certain significant event happens for Cloud, this being the first real one, his literal style of speech changes. In other words, he starts talking like a normal, you know, teenage kind of boy situation. And then from this point on, he starts talking with a different style of speech, like he's, you know, like he's literally changed the way he talks. And then after another point in time, he'll start talking in a different way, and then after that, he'll start talking again. You get where I'm going with this. Ah, there we go. Thank God, we can kill one of these guys. Hey, Stoop. Damn it, screwed it up. Whatever. Don't hit the other one. Or don't kill the other one. That's the important part. Shoot, I wasn't looking. Did I steal successfully? But yeah, it actually... Okay, yeah, we didn't steal. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense, given everything we now know about Cloud and, you know, everything. Oh, God, select him. Okay, there. Ah. But yeah, it's just one of those tiny little subtle nuances that really makes a lot more sense in hindsight. There we go. Oh, I know, Undead Elves. Isn't that screwed up? Just in the Japanese Nick Trip. Although there is a line referencing the fact that he uses different styles of speech throughout the game. Kate Sith also uses the different styles of speech thing, although it's also butchered and kind of lost in this, but whatever. Alright, so that was pretty profitable, but in fact we're going to go ahead and equip several of those right now. On you and you. Yeah, exactly, Joss. It's one of the reasons you have to kind of study it in order to figure out what the hell is going on. It's okay, Bowman. It's all good. So anyways, yeah. The other big plot twist, I shouldn't even call it that, but I'm going to explain it now because it makes so many things make much more sense, is the fact that we, you know, throughout this game we're chasing after Sephiroth. And oh my god, we must go after Sephiroth. We're up to here, right here. We'll go and update this. There. Updated, except it's in the wrong spot. There we go. Okay. Oh, crap. Yeah, there we go. Damn it. Screwed it up again. That's because you're two-dimensional, Tal. You're incapable of recognizing the third dimension since you yourself are two-dimensional. Sorry. I'm using the D-pad, yeah. Of course I'm using the D-pad. Why would I use the analog? God, why would anyone use an analog? It's so craziness. Squall is probably one of the closer characters to actually being emo in the series, but even he isn't actually emo. He just doesn't explain himself very well. Well, let's go ahead and try it, Atheru. Why not? Of course it should, External. The new Arshian Gaian Empire it will. So, yeah, we'll talk about it in a bit. We got another little section coming up first. One of the things I like about this is we've gone through this whole place, and this is what I call the slow tension. Or if you prefer, the quiet whisper. In other words, this whole time when we've been going through this area, for whatever reason, things haven't actually been going particularly our way. Hang on just a second. So, that's a great time to show off that bug. You notice it was a back attack, but it's okay, because I just tapped idle and R and they turned around. And therefore, all the detriments of the back attack are changed. Yeah! Nope, I'm lying. There's actually no reason whatsoever to change the way you're facing, because thanks to the way the game was coded, there actually is no benefit or detriment to being turned around when facing an enemy. So, For those of you who have always thought, you know, haha, I can trick the game by immediately getting out of being turned around, no, you can't. It doesn't matter. Did I just get another one? I did! Swoot! We actually have enough carbon bangles now, we're gonna stop stealing those. Actually, I've already answered that, Banana. Statistically speaking, a smaller party is much, much, much easier to balance from a game development perspective. So, obviously you want the smallest party as possible, like, say, a party of 1, for example, in certain 13 games I can mention, is a lot easier to balance than a large party. Generally considered, the accepted wisdom is 3 is pretty much the easiest way to, is pretty much the easiest number to go ahead and balance around. That being said, 4 specifically was allowed 5 because they literally could not have it be any lower. They actually wanted 6 to be the party numbers in 4, and long story short, they decided that that was just too much. So they went ahead and went with 5, which was pretty much as low as they were willing to go, because even that meant disallowing a fair amount of characterization that they wanted to be in there. There we go. Do I plan on getting Omni Slash? That's at the Battle Arena, is it not? I think. I'm trying to remember. Is Omni Slash in the Battle Arena? Because you get his... Pretty sure Omni Slash is Battle Arena. In which case, probably yes. I actually really enjoy the Battle Arena. It's probably one of my favorite Coliseum-style minigames across the series. Or in RPGs in general, for that matter. Who's my favorite FF7 character? Main character or secondary characters included? Yes, I have, Beezer. I have met several people who hate both FF6 and FF7. I've also met about one person, ever, who actually hated FF7 and had a legitimate reason to do so, rather than just being, oh my god, I'm gonna be super awesome by hating a game that's popular. Yes, it was, Pretz. Actually, if you ever paid attention, Suikoden isn't really balanced. They basically just decided to go ahead and let you be as strong as you want, except for the really, really hard stuff. So, yeah. The reason the gentleman did not like FF7 is very simple. Because he had to do research in order to enjoy it. And you know what? I actually can understand that. And it's funny because I was explaining all these subtleties and all this depth to the character and the complexities, and he was just looking at me like, what are you talking about? Were we even playing the same game? And then we started discussing it, and then, yeah, it just kind of led to that. Oh, I think this is actually... Nope, I'm wrong. God dang it. No comments on Tierkris. Damn it, Undead Elvis, stop asking long-term questions. Alright. Let's explain why Zack is significant to the story of FF7, and arguably is the actual hero of FF7. Cloud is Zack's living memory. Any questions? What's funny is I really thought I'd get out here pretty soon, but looks like about 4.5 hours, assuming I get this frickin' hard edge eventually, is where we're going to go ahead and have my getting out of Midgar time. I'm going to give this 3 more combats, then I'm just moving on, because I'm kind of tired of this place. I don't want hard edge that bad. I don't need hard edge that badly. I've actually never had a problem getting hard edge this time, or in this area. Oh, thank God. I was going to say, I'm getting the hell out of here if you don't give me my frickin' crap. Okay, now we're kind of hurting, so let's go ahead and get our cure on. I'm gonna kind of pay attention, because I want to know exactly when I get this sword so I can get the crap hell out of here. Nope. Please work. Just work. Work for me. Pacer? That's up to you guys. And by you guys, I mean everyone, not just you specifically. But, yeah. Do I not have potions? Do I not have any potions? Ooh, this could be interesting. Wake up! Yeah, Sephiroth is another one of those really complicated villains, when you really get down to it. Pretty much everything in FF7 is actually quite complicated. Yeah, I got like 5 carbon bangles. I'm good. I just need to get my sword and then I'm out of here. There we go. Shut up, Pax. I don't have. I'm not doing a cheat run. It's okay, guys. I've got some loco weed. We're all good. All right. Now we're good to go for quite a while. Notice the difference in his attack, by the way. And ignoring the fact that it has 2 more slots. Just, yeah, this is great. So, moving on. Don't worry, we'll be summoning the Kupo of Light in a minute. Or, more likely, in about an hour and a half. Do I at least have a tent? Tell me I have a tent. I have a tent, thank God. Although I don't actually need it, so never mind. So yeah, let's talk about the steel mechanic while we're at it. And the fact that Beach Pilgrim is now online. Well, actually, no, we're not going to talk about the steel mechanic. We're going to talk about Hojo and why he's crazy. Now, some people have asked, or just generally comment on this fact, because it's one of those things that's... It takes a little bit of thought to actually figure out. Why is it that Hojo is trying to breed Eris, a human being, with Red 13, aka Nanaki, a sentient, communicative, wolf creature thing? Now, the funny thing is, a lot of people have just used it as an excuse to point to how just ridiculously, you know, twisted and screwed up Hojo is. And while that is definitely true, there is another reason. He is actually trying to do something in his own stupid way, because this is hilarious. This is so Hojo. Nanaki's people live a long time, and he wants a Cetra that will live a long time in order to do his research forever and ever. Ergo, logically, he'll just breed 2 completely incompatible species by flinging them into a thing and selling science, and surely that will work. So it's one of those horribly, wonderfully hilarious things, because it makes sense, but it's stupid because it's Hojo, because he doesn't actually think anything through, because it's Hojo, you moron! Alright, we're gonna do voice acting for Hojo. Ahem. Let's do a different voice for Hojo. Let's see, what's the dumbest voice I can think of?
Duh, outsiders. There's so many frivolous things in this world. You going to kill me? I don't think you should. The equipment here is extremely delicate. Without me, who would operate it? That's right. I recommend you think things out logically before you make any rash moves. Now bring in the specimen. Yes, my lord.
I used to be able to do that voice almost perfectly. I've kind of lost it over the years.
Lending a helping hand to the endangered species. Both of them are on the brink of extinction. If I don't help, all these animals will disappear.
See, if I was going to do a smart out sound, I'd be like, yeah, in order to... What Hojo probably actually sounds like is that sort of bored sound that people try to affect when they're trying to sound more intelligent than they are, like, oh yes, I believe that it'll be roughly 12% of a chance for this to happen. It'll probably take 250 years. Probably impossible to complete in a lifetime with this specimen. You know, that kind of a thing. But screw that. Screw Hojo.
Work complete. No. Help! Help! I'm being oppressed! What did you do, oh my precious specimens?
Of course he's watching. It doesn't even occur to Hojo that it might be wrong to watch a cat-dog thing mate with a human. Literally doesn't even cross his mind. Because Hojo. Now, I like Nanaki, I do, but I really hate having him forced into my party for this thing, because I haven't leveled him, I haven't set him up, I don't have any materia on him other than the materia that's stuck on him to start with, which is Fire and Cure, I believe. That would be hilarious, Undead Elvis, and kind of horrifying if you think about it. I want to do this one because I'll actually lose points with Tifa for that. So, I gotta look up exactly how to spell this. Autumn Razor, I don't know if you're watching, but this one's for you. Surprisingly enough, I only got one request for Nanaki. Oh, no, we want that capitalized. My bad. Autumn Razor, thank you for your patronage. God, I love having no controller. It's one thing I really will give the PS3 and other such things is wireless controllers. Love it. Of course, it doesn't last forever, but still. Yes, I actually have Radio Swim. Most of them are unfairly fun, or unfairly difficult. In other words, don't really catch my interest, basically. There's a difference between genuinely difficult and artificially difficult. And I've talked about that a billion times, so I'm not going to repeat myself now. But yeah, Autumn Razor's actually a pretty cool name, so this one's for you, man. Come on, let me target him. There we go. There we go. I don't know why I'm having trouble targeting him. Come on, there we go. So just out of curiosity, and I know several of you have been playing the FFs with me, how many of you out there have been playing FF7 with me? Or are going to be playing FF7 with me? I'm just genuinely curious, because it's a frickin' awesome game. And, you know, I'm also probably going to be going pretty slowly, but all things considered. But, you know, maybe I'll even win the race, so to speak. Okay, let's just... No, we're poisoned! Favorite PS3 game that isn't a port or a remake? 3D Dot Heroes. I don't even have to think about that for 3 seconds. It's a freaking incredible, amazing game I recommend for everyone who likes that kind of thing at all. Which is me. And yeah, by the way, this thing does last forever. It's got a great battery life. No, there is no deity within the FF7 universe. It's one of the very, very few of the Final Fantasy games that has no religious deification behind it. A lot of them do. 10 doesn't either, though, funnily enough. Alright, Bandit, where are you at? Just out of curiosity. Whoops, not what I meant to do. Oh, excuse me. Whatever, screw it. Let's just go. I'll accept it. I need to level everyone anyways because of the 2 boss battles that are coming up. Minerva isn't a deity. At least, okay, let me rephrase it. I have a theory about Minerva, and I don't think she's a deity. Let's put it that way. I know she's called a goddess, but that word is flung around way too much in games like this, so I don't actually think she is an actual deity. Just my take, admittedly. But I will admit that I hadn't thought about Minerva, so you could argue Minerva is in it. Again, this is another one who literally uses the "I was just following orders" excuse, by the way. My theory is that Minerva is actually, put simply, the heiress from when Jenova came down last time. Someone who... Okay, so here's the thing. We know for a fact that the live stream is an encounter, and as a result of it being an encounter, Minerva was in Crisis Core. We're just gonna smash this. Anyways, so, it is my theory that when Jenova came down last time, there was someone similar to Eris who became, you know, he became a leader, became someone who was a focal point for the resistance against the infiltration, for lack of a better term, of Jenova. And, as we know, people of significant will and power can actually stay... maintain their sentience, maintain their sense of self, maintain their concentration within the live stream. They don't actually get disseminated into it. This is actually what happened to Sephiroth and what happened to Eris both. So, it is my opinion, it is my theory, sorry, that Minerva was someone like that from the previous situation, and she's just stayed in the live stream. I gave away my restore materia. I have no ability to heal. Anyways, it's my opinion, blah, 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 that's who that is. I'm sorry, I've kind of got off track there, but whatever. Oh, right, sorry. Gone the wrong frickin' way. That's what I'm doing. Can I do it here? No, of course I can't. That would be easy. It just kind of makes sense to me, especially since we know Eris doesn't allow herself to be disseminated for, well, at least years into the future. We also know that the live stream kind of works as a pseudo-afterlife, not just in the obvious ways, but, for example, people who die badly don't actually get disseminated into the live stream and, you know, are punished by the fact that they have to die naturally and physically and their bodies and corpses rot. They don't actually return to the live stream directly, but people who die well do and get to return to the live stream and enjoy the, you know, the heaven of it and that kind of a thing. So, hey, look. I've heard about that theory, yes, Wolfex Kid. That's a terrible theory, and you're terrible for repeating it. Anyways, someone asked about Bunefleneplam from FF13. Yes, obviously there's a deity thing in FF13. Although Bunefleneplam isn't actually what I would call a deity in FF13. There's someone even bigger than him who actually is a deity in FF13. That his mother, I believe, I forget the exact relationship, but anyway, the one he stole the planet from and the usage of all those, and the dominance from. And then he, of course, made the other three. So, this is when we find out about the fact that President Shinra is wrong. I just love this, because this is true. President Shinra is flat out wrong. He believes that it's funny because he's wrong, but at the same time, his thought process actually makes perfect sense. He thinks that there's this ancient promised land, which people have promised and talked about, have legends about, have all sorts of wonderful ancient tapestry about all this stuff about the promised land. And so naturally, President Shinra thinks, hey, you know, if the promised land is this great, wonderful, fertile place, then there's got to be lots of Mako there. And if there's lots of Mako there, then that's where we'll build Neo Midgar, our new place, and then we'll have plenty of energy to take care of everything that we have to in the world, and we'll be set for life. And it's a perfectly brilliant plan that is 100% wrong, because the Promised Land, spoiler alert, is the life stream itself. It's just a terminology for you being dissolved back into the life stream. And you know, that's the heaven I mentioned earlier. If you do get dissolved back in. So Cashel asks about Sakaguchi's original script for FF7. Yes, it was actually very, very different. The original script, the live stream was pretty much the same, and the theme of losing a loved one, a family member who you never can get back, was the same. Those were the two primary themes for the original script. Pretty much everything else is different. Hey Tifa, what's up? We can't get out, Tifa. I wonder how Autumn Razor's doing. Damn it, Mr. Reed. I know I shouldn't have paused to get the hard edge. So, something about this scene amuses me. We're in prison, in the Shinra's Tower, and we're having a conversation through the walls, basically. Which makes me wonder about the construction of this place. I also like how they put Cloud and Tifa in the same room. With one bed, I might add. I also like how they put more than one person in the room at all. Because that doesn't make any freaking sense at all, no matter how you're looking at it. Now, this is the part that's really interesting to me. I talked about this last time I streamed this too, so forgive me for the repetition. But you may have noticed that Sephiroth hasn't actually done anything in order to assist, change, or otherwise work with Cloud this entire time, or any of his clones. What actually changes everything, this is so hilarious. Why is it that now, of all times, is when Sephiroth finally starts making it into action? And the answer is so simple. Sephiroth was asleep this entire time. He had his wonderful will, his incredible power, but he was basically just in a form of stasis. I think sleep is actually probably the best way to put it, all things considered. But what woke Sephiroth up? All of the Jenova elements basically haven't really been doing anything at this point. Hojo's been doing his little experiments, flinging Jenova cells into people and flinging them out there, but nothing's actually happened with them until Cloud, one of the strongest and most powerful essences of Jenova walking out there, comes into contact with the other most powerful walking essence of Jenova walking out there, and that is the Jenova piece that's in this building. We woke Sephiroth up. And all this time, while we're in the prison, as we're asleep, Sephiroth has finally arisen and decides, okay, and he begins calling his people to him. But he discovers very, very quickly that this one piece here is imprisoned. And I love it because it makes so much sense why this piece of Sephiroth would still have gone ahead and broken him out. So yeah, just for anybody who's wondering, Sephiroth breaks us out, but Sephiroth doesn't physically break us out, if that makes any sense. No, that's not a theory. I would totally not live in Nibelheim, no. Screw that. I would also not live in Shinra Mansion. Oh, yep. And now we get to sleep against a wall because Tifa has the bed. And then we have this music, which I'm going to turn up just to make sure you can hear it. So Sephiroth takes control of the chunk of Genova cells that was in here, morphs them into an amalgamation approximating his own body. Because remember, one of the greatest powers of the Genova cells is they can remake themselves into different forms. They are all effectively shapeshifters. And yet the Genova cells are even worse than that because they can basically pull memories and thoughts from other people, which is really insidious when you think about it. One of the reasons the Genova cells in Cloud formed Fake Cloud was because they tore Tifa's memories of original Cloud out and merged them with Genova Cloud to make Fake Cloud. Genova's just kind of terrifying when you really think about it. And now imagine all that except under the control of a single driven individual who specifically went out of his way to go over here, kill the guard, and open your door. Just your door. No one else's. After all, he didn't care about any of the rest. Yeah, come on. So here's a question that plagued me for forever. As we go through this horrible blood-soaked place, we see massive enemy encounters. I am playing this on a PS3, Shinra Pride. Would you stop that crap? That's because you are a Cardassian. Duh. I probably should have saved that for the boss, but whatever. So notice even the terrain combat has changed and now has blood all over the floor, by the way. Hang on, there's a part I want to mention here. This is brilliantly designed. Notice how the cracks in the design around the Genova's chamber obviously show, if you actually look at it and analyze it for a moment, that whatever is busted out, not in. Wow, really? I think 233 is a new record for me. Hi, everyone. But seriously, there's a couple things I'll be talking about in just a moment, because this always used to bother me until I actually thought about it and understood the game properly. We're just going to follow the Trail of Blood, which is the name of the song, by the way. The encounter counter is at 48. We haven't actually had that many since I last updated it. We're going to run. These guys take too long to kill, and they're not really worth it. And they're just spitting trash at us. Because they're horrible, evil brains in a jar. By the way, those are brains in a jar? I'm not kidding. Those are brains in a jar. Look at them carefully. I wish I was kidding. So. Here it is. throughout this whole section, look at what's done to the walls. Look at those giant gashes, as though something literally grabbed the wall and ripped down in order to yank itself forward. Does that look like something like that someone like Sephiroth would do? And then there's the gashes there, right there. And this whole time I'm wondering, how the hell did Sephiroth gash up this place? And then there's these giant ones there. It makes perfect sense when you realize that the creature hadn't actually... Let's just say it wasn't actually walking around like Sephiroth at this point. Yeah, I just got a thingy here. I suppose I could kill these guys. Nope, nope, nope. I want to save my limit breaks. Yeah, let's go ahead and get our cure on. Oh, okay, good. That was just someone who verified that he got his prize, which is awesome. Ah, come on, die. I can't be that underleveled. Yeah, just picture it, Mr. 8. Seriously, picture this horrible, diseased, half-formed, not even fully humanoid-looking creature just literally clawing and scraping its way through these hallways, drailing the blood of the people it's killed and its own blood as it's going by. Hang on. Let's go ahead and heal a little bit here. Now, one person here asks, why are these enemies here? Several possible reasons. I only have a theory, and my theory is the fact that these are actually all of Hojo's experiments that have basically been let out, because Hojo's gone, all the guards are dead, and a lot of the stuff is broken. This way. Gotta follow the trail. Now, we're definitely saving, because these next several boss fights can screw me up if I don't set up for them properly. Yeah, again, a lot of shades of John Carpenter's The Things with Jenova, except worse, because, like I said, unlike The Thing, Jenova can communicate with itself, all of itself. And yeah, the Jenova does make a fake sword, too. No banana. So a lot of people I know didn't actually understand what they were looking at here until the text showed up. That's President Shinra impaled on the Masamune into his own chair. Through his back, no less. I just feel like stressing this because I want you to picture what it would take to actually basically just picture the horror of it, of Jenova grabbing his neck in his chair, shoving him down like this, and just jabbing the sword right through his back. I'm sorry, but that scene just kind of strikes me as wow. And the best part of all, the only reason it, whatever did it, was because Shinra was in his way. No other reason. Excuse me. And then move on. That is so Sephiroth. This is also where the story just completely enters a completely different gear. Up until this point, it's been all about the corporation. It's been all about the city. It's been all about, you know, we've been trying and fighting and trying to do everything we can in this very modern, realistic, you know, thing. Everything I've been talking about up to this point. Oh, Jenova didn't sneak up on the president, and that's what makes it even more horrifying. Hey, look, it's Palmer. What's a good voice for Palmer? Please don't kill me. What happened? Sephiroth came. Did you see him? Did you see Sephiroth? I saw him. I saw him with my own eyes. Okay, I can't do that. That actually hurts my throat a lot. I always picture Palmer to have this really pathetic, high-pitched voice. Oh, throat. Yeah, throat. Yeah, exactly. Piglet's voice. And of course, I'm sorry, he's talking through a mouthful of lard, so the whole time he's actually talking like this.
Please don't kill me. I don't want to die.
Actually, I'm sorry, I need to do both because this is Palmer, because he's got 2 things of lard in his mouth, so...
I just don't want to die first.
That's actually Palmer. So this is Rufus Shinra. Yeah, exactly something like that, Kay. What do you do when you see, you know, the unholy weapon of death and destruction walking before you? Just, yeah. Okay, I need to do something really quick, and I'm trying to remember what. I do want to do that, but that's not what I wanted to do. I really wanted to do something, I can't remember what. Oh, yes, okay, someone asked if I could make the box a little darker, so yeah, sure, we'll go ahead and make everything a little darker. Easier to read for you guys. Want to make sure people can see what the hell I'm doing. I'd just like to say, of all the FFs, FF7's 4-point window customization is by far my favorite. I'm curious if you guys agree, because I've always loved the ability to change all 4 points, and to such an extensive gradient, too. Actually, I don't like that. There we go, and then we'll do this. And that. There we go. Hopefully that'll be a little easier to read. Anyways, I just really like that, so... So yeah, Rufus is an interesting character because Rufus is one of those strange characters that genuinely changes across from before Crisis, which starts everything, to Crisis Core, to FF7, to Advent Children, to Dirge of Cerberus. He actually undergoes a rather significant change in personality across all the games. That being said, I am one of those rare people, and I also include 2 people in chat in this, who does not actually believe Rufus is evil in the strictest sense of the word. It's more accurate to say that Rufus is ambitious, and also cold, I think is the word I want to use. He is very efficient, but he is very much, he thinks of things from the businessman perspective. That's what he really cares about. The bottom line. Now, it's pretty easy to call someone like that evil, but yeah, I don't think he's like his old man was. I don't think he's like Heidegger or Scarlet were. Lucas, active means while you're in the menu and selecting actions, the enemy's active time bar is coming up, which means if you just like pull up the inventory and you're looking through the inventory to do something, the enemy can be hitting you while that's happening. If you're in wait, they can't. If you're in recommended, which is a middle setting in FF7, and I believe it's like the only FF that has the recommended option, they can only, in certain things, like for example in the inventory, it doesn't advance, but in the magic it does. Also, Rufus looks really cool, but, you know, that is relevant. And again, this is funny because I've had some people misunderstand the significance of this moment. All of a sudden, Cloud is very like, oh my god, we've got to do this, it's very important, we have to do this for the planet. But the funny thing is, it's not seeing the Masamune that really triggered that. It was everything that Sephiroth did while Cloud was asleep, reactivating his homing signal and turning it up, cranking it up. From that moment on, Cloud was determined to go and, you know, find Sephiroth. Not from from when Rufus shows up or anything like that. And by the way, I've obviously played Before Crisis, because it's awesome. Depends on how you define it, Undead Elvis. I personally think they can, and actually have. But that's just my definition. Wrench and Trish, yeah, we'll go ahead and remove. Because we have a chance to re-equip. Speaking of which... Carbon Bangle, because I got enough for everyone, and I want that on you. Did I ever? No. And are you carboning it up? Yep, okay. Okay, you'll be my healer for the moment. Wait. And by healer, I mean healer. So, one thing that has been asked. First of all, you can obviously arrange these manually, but there's actually an arrange button, which arranges it from magic on top, then blue, and then I believe... actually, no, I think it's green, red, blue, yellow, purple. And that's just really awesome. I just felt like sharing that. Where's the... let's do that one. And you're kind of going to have a lot of magic on you because you're my current magic person. You're my other magic person. Hi, be a magic person. There we go. Did I save? It doesn't matter. Well, it might matter. Yeah, whatever. We'll figure it out. I love the materia system. I really do. Fun fact, you can go back to do Calm after you've recruited Yuffie. No! The glass! I just think that's a cool effect. I usually get at least 2 shots of Nanaki's thing, limit break in this battle. I should have put sense on Barrett. Oh well, it's not like it really matters. Yeah, if you do a no materia fight on this fight, it is just boring. In fact, I actually was doing a no materia run of FF7 until I got to this section, and I got really turned off by it. And then there was another boss, and I forget the exact boss, but it was another boss further on, and it just was really, really dull. And finally I was just like, okay, screw it. I don't have any freaking potions at all. Oh, I have 4 now. Okay, good. Because I kind of want to put them on her. Yeah, let's save that for the moment. It is doable, it's just, I found it disinteresting, basically. And I hate to say that, but I usually like challenges that involve really clever strategies and stuff like that, not just really long, dull fights. Now, I know there are only a few, so shrug. Now, single character challenge was a lot of fun, but I've only done that once, and with Cloud, of course. Yeah, sure. Yeah, not yet. I love how more and more broken this thing gets as we find it, by the way. That was the other one, Rohais. The Cosmo Canyon boss. Ugh. Of course, at the time I didn't know about the trick. No! Yeah, sure. Yeah, I highly recommend doing Cloud as a single character run for this. If nothing else, he's pretty much the only really effective choice. There's only one part of the game you actually can't do it for him. I have heard of some people use Tifa, I've heard some people use Barrett, and that's basically it. Pardon me. Yeah, the Gi, whatever. The thing that's evil, as I like to call it. Now, I've never actually died on this fight, but I've had this fight take way too long because I wasn't prepared for it in the past. Like, the very first time I did this, I was just... Oh my god, I can't attack him with everything. I was kind of focusing on melee attacks, so... Yeah. Yes, Shimra Pride. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. It is my intention to upload the entire marathon to YouTube, but no promises. That's correct, Mr. Raid. Although she did have her reasons, but... yeah. Gate Sith. I would never do that. Oh, crap. Sorry for shooting you. Speaking of which, I should have actually, Nah, it doesn't work on him, does it? Yeah, screw it, whatever. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Materia Keeper. That's funny because I usually die on Materia Keeper because I'm trying to learn the enemy skills. God damn it. There we go. Damn it, radio. You're probably gonna pass me. I'm pretty underleveled. At least for my norm. There we go. Ah, good. We got mind blow out of that. Yes, we need to do this. There we go. Although I don't really need much for him, in all honesty. We'll give him that for that, that for that, and just to level him, because why not? I don't even remember if you get stuff for it. Actually, I don't think you do. And we should probably set him up for the next boss, though, shouldn't we? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Sorry, I'm sorry about this, guys. Just kind of thinking about what I'm doing here. Oh, yep. The old timeline theory has been abandoned, Bowman. I like the tone of this scene. It's not really fully gotten across in the English version, but the idea is that Rufus basically was actually trying to, hang on just a second, was trying to, wanted, I guess is probably a better way to put that, Cloud to be on his side, basically, to work for him, and to be an ally in all of the events that are about to happen. Is it just me, or is Cloud hitting way too not hard for having the hard edge on? I mean, he's only doing 50 damage. I know I'm underleveled, but damn. Ah. God dang it. Yeah. Crap. This might actually suck. Oh yeah, Dark Nation's in the back row, that's true. There we go. Apparently, Rufus agrees with me. Which doesn't surprise me at all. I like how one of his combat actions is literally just to laugh. It depends on what you mean by adding to the gameplay, Thicket Ford. However, there are certain things I would like to see added to the gameplay if that was done. And I think it would be really cool if they did it properly. I'm not afraid of experimenting as long as it turns out well. I might actually be in the back row with Cloud, I don't know. Alright, Zing, or Sang, or however the hell you're supposed to say his name. Take me away! Whee! I'd just like to say a quote here about Rufus Shinra. A good son would know. Least favorite game to... Wait. Which game is my favorite game to speedrun? A game I'm not actually that good at, to be honest with you. Mega Man X1. That being said, there are several other games that are pretty much top of the list for me as far as speedrunning. Those include Super Metroid and Final Fantasy VI. I also really like to speedrun Final Fantasy Mystic Quest back in the day, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World. Pretty much the classics, really, when it comes down to it. Hate to say that, but it's true. Damn it, stop encountering me. I usually don't do insane challenges, as I call them, Tylenol Walrus. I have done one run of Final Fantasy X, which was, I forget the full list, because there's a whole series of acronyms, but it's basically no, you know, no sphere grid, no summons, no this, no that. I forget the whole list, but it's like no anything, basically. No, I don't think he knew about his brother, Lucas, personally. Hey, Tifa. And there's a quote anybody who's seen the FF Wiki has seen a few dozen times. Ah, good. We can re-equip the other team. Which is good, because they're kind of low on everything. Let's go ahead and pull you back in the front. Screw it. It's not like it matters. God, I really need to go ahead and get some frickin' potions at some point. I only have 3 potions. I should probably go ahead and blow some ethers too, because I have a couple of those. Alright, so. Did I already do this? Nope, I didn't. Because I don't remember coming up here. See you in a bit, Ghost Taphius. Shinra's future is the world's future. Mako energy for a brighter world. Turtle Paradise newsletter number 2. The end of another hard day. Wouldn't you like to sit back with a tall, cool one? You can at Turtle's Paradise. Stop in today. There's nothing like a smooth one after work. Alright, so I'll just leave. Apparently there's a ton of things up there. So I'd just like to say something. Back in the early days of the PS1, there were a lot of games that came on it that were crap. No, don't mistake me. There were some really, really good games on the PS1. But I remember distinctly playing several really, really bad racing games on the PlayStation 1. I'm just curious how many of you out there had a similar perspective to the fact that this little mini-game was actually a better racing game than a lot of those early racing games were. Just my opinion. Ah! Random CGI. God, seeing this after seeing, like, Evan Children is just... I have no idea, Rory. Or more accurately, it didn't. Unless you want to talk about my new timeline theory, which I haven't formulated yet. I love how that truck is like the size of a toy car. It's like those really, really crappy cars whose names I can't remember that I've actually seen around here a bit, that I call the toy cars. What are those damn things called? The crap cars. That's what I'm going to call them. The crap cars. Actually, no, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, we'll do that. So, somebody has asked me, well, hang on, Arsh. You've talked about how amazing this is, but is it completely amazing? Well, yes, it is, because you can just go to this menu and swap materia straight from one person to the next, just like that. Love the materia system, I really do. Let's do it. Rohai's, basically the intention was for all of the cutscenes to have the full CGI things, but that proved to be really expensive in terms of time and money, so that didn't actually work out. Whoop. Got him. Now this might look bad on the stream, but I don't know about you, I actually rather enjoy this game. Sometimes I really screw up on it. I just have really bad... I get impatient, is really what it comes down to, I'll be honest about it. So for those of you who are wondering, all the damage done to them is basically applied as a percentage to whatever their actual health is in combat. So, all that damage is actually damaging them, although it may or may not matter, because this next boss is his own thing. So here's a question that actually has been asked, and I feel is a very legitimate question. Why is there a highway leading to nowhere? Actually, there is a real reason for that, believe it or not. The reason is because Shinra were basically planning ahead, except in a really backwards and kind of stupid way. The idea was that the highway was supposed to continue, and it was supposed to set out as Midgar expanded outwards into the area around Calm, or, yeah, Calm, that's right, and all that fun stuff. Obviously that never happened, not just because of the events of the game, but because Shinra literally gave up on the project. They literally stopped trying to build Midgar itself, for God's sakes. They never even constructed Sector 5, I want to say? Whichever sector it is that they never actually finished building. Now, there's one thing I don't like about this minigame. Sorry, I'm kind of paying attention. I'm kind of sucking today. Hatcha! And that is something that hasn't happened yet, but it will. Happens every time. This is it, right there. And the game's still going for this, and you still have control over this. But it's basically a whole section where you have no idea what you're doing or where you're going. And that irritates me. Excuse me. Nope, right at the boss. Pardon me. Oh, hey, it's a giant Doom roller mecha thingy. Sent by Scarlet, because that's how that works. Boss fight. Always attacks from behind, always gets the first attack. Almost always cranks out Cloud's limit break in one shot. Plunk. Like I said. Damn it, Sneaky. That Scarlet thing's just gonna become a thing, isn't it? I can tell already. Oh, I would want it remade, Ogenix. I actually used to have a lot of Hot Wheels. Yeah, I'm swapping my rows in a second here. Like that. Now, who the hell has Cure? Where's my cure? Oh, it's on him, right. It's on the one person that makes no sense. So I'm also curious how many people had troubles with this boss before in the game. I know, FF7 isn't that hard of a game. But there are a few bosses I've had trouble with in this game, and this is actually one of them, believe it or not. Mainly because a lot of times I'm not actually set up for this fight like I, should be. And Beach Pilgrim is online again. Yay! Okay, this might be bad. No, we're fine, okay. No, we're not fine. Ugh, okay, that hurt. That's a good point. What time is it? Oh gosh, it's a lot later than I thought it was. We're probably going to go ahead and cut this off as soon as we get out of here. I really need to get a good night's rest, like I didn't last night. But we'll be continuing FF7 tomorrow, at the usual time. I've had trouble with several bosses in this game, but one of them is the Demon Wall. I admit it, without shame. Not as bad as the one in FF4, which is just, whew, but still pretty bad. Damn it. Just a little bit too early that time. Whatever, he's dead. Hey, we won! Yeah! I think that's just about everyone's level 2 limit breaks, too. Well, before I talk about the Zaversty, the hardest FF is 2, easily. Like, by several degrees more. Mr. Raid, the reason is basically a coincidence. That's actually the reason. Hojo just happened to be using that area to experiment on because it was far away from everyone else, and because at the time Hojo didn't have the influence he did elsewise. So he was using that for basically his secret experiments. So yeah, this scene is interesting because, again, Cloud is... yeah, sure, we are currently at 52 encounters as of that boss fight. So yeah, Cloud is talking, is just, I have to go after Sephiroth. It's the only thing that matters to me. And this is interesting in its own right, because Barrett says he'll go with because Cloud, or rather, Genova Cloud, lies to him. Aerith decides to go ahead because there's things she wants to learn about. Nanaki will go ahead, at least as far as Cosmo Canyon. Tifa goes ahead, well, she has her own reasons. Tifa goes with it, though, for the very reason she has been with Cloud this entire time, which we'll talk about in more length later. Hang on, I need to look something up real quick. I need to look up date mechanics. Wait, really? Damn, I didn't know that was spammable. Whatever. Hang on. Whatever. I'll figure that out later. Let's go. I kind of like this, by the way. Barrett is like, we need a group leader for our journey. Of course, only me could be leader. I like this because even though it's obviously a joke, the fact is Barrett does genuinely think of himself as the leader. Remember everything I said about Edgar back in FF6? Edgar was a natural leader and took to it even though he never brings it up. He never emphasizes it. He just kind of quietly leads and people just automatically follow because he is a good leader. Barrett, on the other hand, is like, I'm a great leader, yeah! Great leader, I'm a great leader! Except he isn't. He's a completely terrible leader. And it's funny because pretty much the entire group completely votes him down and says, no, Cloud should be our leader because Cloud actually knows what he's doing. And I love Barrett's reaction. He's like, yeah, fine. I'll answer you in a moment, Zaverdis. By the way, this is the lamest excuse I have ever heard for splitting up the party. I'm sorry, it's just true. We should split up the party because it's dangerous to have a large group in the wild. No, it isn't. That is literally the worst reason I've ever seen. I've had some games which have had significant and decent reasons for actually splitting up the party, but that is the worst one. Just, ugh. By the way, if you take both girls with you, Barrett has one extra line where he says, thought you'd do that. Although I always resent that because that's actually not why I do it. It's because they're my favorite party members as of this moment. That will be changing as soon as things happen. Hang on just a second. Oh, we're good, okay. And make sure we're good. I actually kind of want you to have a mithril and you to have the 4 slots. No, I want you to have that. There we go. Alright, so, like I said, tomorrow at 11 AM EST we'll be starting. And just to see who won the bet, I guessed 4.5 hours. And it is, wow, 4 hours and 53 minutes to get out of Midgar. That's actually kind of slow for me. Then again, it did take me a while to get the hard edge, so that doesn't surprise me. Anyways,